Chapter 601, The first appearance of the battle formation found the target. The target has started to move again, and the target speed is accelerating. The drone in the sky quickly found the target. There are many foreigners in China, and there are also many banana people. The situation in Wuchang was quickly spread to foreign websites. China is in trouble now. The Martial King level monster is so close to Wuchang in China. Even if Xiao Fan is powerful, he will not be able to rescue Wuchang in time. The population of Wuchang in China is 4 or 5 million. They must have suffered huge losses. The news spread quickly on the internet, and many people gloated. Su Yue frowned secretly. She kept an eye on the situation in Wuchang at any time. The lightning snow sculpture was moving quickly, but the distance was close to 3,000 kilometers. Even if the lightning flew at supersonic speed, it would take a lot of time to get there. Boom! Boom! More than a dozen missiles exploded around the Scorpion Demon. Although the Scorpion Demon was not good at moving quickly over long distances, it was very fast at short-distance dodging, and the missiles only caused it some minor injuries. 7 kilometers, 6 kilometers, 5 kilometers. The Scorpion Demon kept changing directions, but its overall direction did not change. The distance between it and Wuchang was rapidly shortened. Many bigwigs in China are paying attention to the situation here. If this monster is allowed to enter Wuchang, how many casualties are expected? The third elder asked the staff officer beside him. The staff officer said in a deep voice, "Third elder, the situation is not optimistic. This scorpion monster can release poisonous fog. If you absorb a little bit, you will die. If all the toxins in its body are released, it will be enough to poison 100,000 people. In addition to toxins, it has other means of attack. According to the results of comprehensive intelligence analysis, if it cannot be stopped, the casualties are likely to be between 100,000 and 150,000. The third elder frowned. More than 100,000 people died, which is an extremely huge disaster. If the people close their doors and windows, can they reduce the casualties of the toxins? The third elder said. The staff officer said, "Third elder, this scorpion monster will soon enter the city. There are many people on the street. I am afraid it will be too late." Alas! The third elder sighed. The staff officer said, "Third elder, our soldiers are going there now. They may be able to stop this scorpion monster. Let's hope." The third elder showed hope in his eyes. Boom! A hypersonic missile fell from the sky on the outskirts of Wuchang. A violent explosion sounded. Although the scorpion monster was not hit directly, a hypersonic missile was too fast and its body was blown away. There were many wounds on the scorpion monster. For a while, its head was dizzy. Now, the Azure Dragon formation formed by 1,000 warriors was approaching, and the Azure Dragon Phantom quickly rushed over, and soon the Azure Dragon Phantom surrounded the scorpion monster. The Azure Dragon formation focuses on attacking and trapping the enemy. In terms of attack, it is impossible to solve the scorpion monster in one go given their current situation. The most suitable thing is to trap the enemy. As long as the scorpion monster is trapped for a while, Su Yue can rush over. It was not easy to trap the powerful scorpion monster, but the hypersonic missile gave them a chance. Bang! Bang! The Azure Dragon formation had just surrounded it, and the scorpion monster immediately launched an attack. Under its attack, the Azure Dragon Phantom kept shaking. As long as the Azure Dragon formation was broken, these 1,000 warriors would definitely not be the opponents of the King of Martial Arts monster, and they would be slaughtered in a short time. Everyone, pay attention. We have no way to retreat. Behind us are 4 or 5 million people in Wuchang. Fear is useless. Everyone, follow what Grandmaster Xiao said and do your best. We can handle this injured scorpion demon. The leader said in a deep voice. If they had been training for a long time and trapped the target like this, he would not be worried at all, but they had not learned the battle formation for too long. If there is any problem in the coordination, there will be a dead end. Fortunately, it is now a siege in a static state, which reduces the difficulty a lot. Yes. thousands of soldiers said in unison. Squeak time passed by, and the scorpion demon could not rush out. It screamed angrily, and a lot of black mist surged out of its body. This is poisonous fog. This kind of poisonous fog is extremely strong, and it is not easy for the wind to blow it away. The scorpion demon tried to poison the enemy. However, the Qinglong formation can even imprison the poisonous fog in the formation, and the release of these poisonous fogs did not play a big role. Don't be afraid, everyone, Master Xiao said that the poisonous fog can be resisted. Everyone just stabilize the formation. The strong man in the lead said calmly. Gradually, an hour passed, and everyone's strength was consumed a lot, but the scorpion demon in the formation consumed more strength. The scorpion demon lay there quietly. It waited for everyone to fail. As long as they couldn't hold on, the formation would be broken and the poisonous fog would spread immediately, and the 1,000 soldiers around would soon die. The scorpion demon's idea was still good. But humans have support. Swoosh! Another half an hour passed, and the lightning snow sculpture came at high speed. It flew 3,000 kilometers in more than an hour and a half, and it was almost exhausted. Hold steady for a while. Su Yue quickly landed on the ground. She understood the battle formation, and soon Su Yue entered the battle formation. Puff! Su Yue raised her hand, and the flying sword instantly killed the scorpion monster. The strength of this scorpion monster is still good, but even in its prime, its strength is not a little worse than Su Yue. Gather! Su Yue's powerful power surged. The poisonous fog quickly gathered, and soon the poisonous fog formed a poisonous pill as big as a ping-pong ball. This thing may be useful in the future. It's okay. Su Yue said. Many of the 1,000 soldiers sat down on the ground. They could not hold on any longer. If Su Yue was 5 minutes late, the formation would definitely collapse. Goddess Su, thank you very much. The strong man in the lead said hurriedly. Su Yue chuckled and said, "What are you thanking me for? I'm also Chinese. The greater my ability, the greater my responsibility. This is what I should do. I'll go over and check if there are any other monsters nearby." Su Yue left quickly after she finished speaking. We actually managed to survive. The Azure Dragon formation is too strong. If we don't form a battle formation, we will be killed by the scorpion monster in minutes, and Wuching will suffer heavy casualties. Fortunately, Goddess Su rushed over, otherwise we would still have to die. Everyone was talking about it. The news quickly spread on the internet. Knowing that the monster was solved, countless people in China were naturally excited, and many people in the United States, the British Empire, and Dongyang country were unhappy. What is that thing that the Chinese soldiers formed? How can they resist such a powerful monster? Many people on foreign networks asked in confusion. Many people in China have such doubts. The battle formation shocked the world when it first appeared. Everyone, why can their battle formation be used so quickly? The U.S. Commander-in-Chief said with a dark face. He had known about Xiao Fan's teaching of the battle formation for a long time, but he never expected that the battle formation would be effective so quickly. According to the information from the other world, it takes more than a year from learning to the battle formation taking effect. Great Commander, it should be because of the Yinhuang Ju. They practice the same technique. It is very likely that Xiao Hai took the issue of battle formation coordination into consideration when he gave the Yinhuang Ju. The Chief of Staff smiled bitterly. The American commander looked depressed, and his life was getting harder and harder. He had it too hard. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 602 Lu Baichuan's decision ding ding. Xiao Fan's cell phone rang. Xiao Fan picked up the phone and saw that it was the elder who called. Hello, elder. Xiao Fan quickly answered the phone. The elder's gentle voice came over. Xiao Xiao, on behalf of the country and the people, thank you and your grandfather. Xiao Fan instantly understood that the elder called because of the Yanhuang battle formation, not just this time. If the soldiers learn the Yanhuang battle formation and even promote the Yanhuang battle formation to the people in the future, the threat of nuclear bombs to China will be much lower. Before the nuclear explosion, just hide in the air raid shelter. After the nuclear explosion, a defensive battle formation can be formed to leave the radiation center area. When you go to other places, warriors can directly resist radiation. As for monsters, with the Yanhuang battle formation, the threat of monsters is much lower. In the future, in order to deal with the threat of monsters, other countries may welcome Chinese troops to station troops, and China's influence will increase. Elder, this is what we should do. I have said before that no matter what our identity is, we have the blood of Yanhuang flowing in our bodies, and this will not change. Xiao Fan said solemnly. On the other end of the phone, the elder's face was full of smiles. What Xiao Fan said before and what he said now have completely different meanings. Now Xiao Fan is the crown prince of the Dragon Empire. The king is not joking. Xiao, are you ready to leave the other world? The elder asked. The American evolver Su Yue has solved most of the problems, the Yanhuang battle formation has been taught, and the Leishan County Spirit Cave has also reached the SSS level. Almost, it may only take a month or two. Grand Elder, I have to trouble you to urge and send more machines, and warships under 3,000 tons should also be rushed. Xiao Fan said. The Spirit Cave in Leishan County has reached the SSS level, and more things can be transmitted each time, and super large machines can also be transmitted. The elder said, Xiao, don't worry, all the things you want will definitely be delivered, and whoever can't do it well will not have to do it. Thank you, elder. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. With the promise of the elder, even high-end machine tools will be delivered, and the Dragon Empire will be able to manufacture many things by itself in the future. Earth can build cargo ships of hundreds of thousands of tons, which are much larger than aircraft carriers. It is entirely possible to build cargo ships of this tonnage in the other world in the future. One ship of this tonnage can match 100 top warships. If the Dragon Empire can build aerospace motherships of hundreds of thousands of tons in the future, the Vulture Empire will not dare to say a word. The warships that have been sent there are only to ensure that the Dragon Empire can remain invincible in the battle with the Vulture Empire. In the future, we still have to rely on the large number of machines sent by Xiao Fan. All kinds of machines have been sent there in total for millions of tons. Wife, go directly to the imperial capital. I will go to the imperial capital from here too. Xiao Fan received Su Yue's message. Su Yue has confirmed that there are no other monsters in Wucheng. Yeah. 2 or 3 hours later, Xiao Fan and Su Yue arrived at the Lu family. Many people in the Lu family were there. They had received Su Yue's message a long time ago that Xiao Fan was coming over. Second Uncle Lu, what's wrong with you? Xiao Fan said in surprise. Except for Lu Baichuan, Lu Zhiheng and others who had more dealings with Xiao Fan, even Lu Ziyuan seemed more reserved at this moment. Lu Ziyuan coughed lightly and said, Xiao Fan, your identity is different now, and we haven't adapted to it for a while. After revealing his identity, Xiao Fan has not come to the Lu family yet. In the past, they only knew that Xiao Fan's grandfather was a general in the other world, as were Lu Baichuan and Lu Zhiheng, but they didn't feel much. Now it's different. Xiao Fan's grandfather is actually the emperor. Moreover, the Xinlong Empire is extremely powerful, with a territory of nearly 50 million square kilometers, which is more than 5 times the land area of China. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Second Uncle Lu, don't be like this. Even if I am the crown prince of the Xinlong Empire now, you are still my elder. Grandpa, don't be so formal, otherwise I won't dare to come here in the future. Outside the Lu family, the yard was covered with red carpets. Lu Ziyuan and the others were also dressed very formally. Lu Zhanping and some of the younger ones stood in neat rows. Lu Baichuan laughed and said, This is the first time you have come to my house after your identity was made public. You won't be treated like this in the future. That's good. Xiao Fan smiled, Zhanping, are you tired of standing? If you are tired, please disperse quickly. If you are not tired, will you stand for a few more hours? He, brother-in-law, of course I am tired. Lu Zhanping said hurriedly. They are all cultivators, so it is impossible for them to get tired standing like this, but it is not comfortable to stand like this for a long time. Soon, many people including Xiao Fan came into the house in a lively manner. "Grandma, so many dishes?" Xiao Fan said in surprise. Lu Xiaoyun smiled and said, "The elder knew you were coming, so he specially asked the chef of the state banquet to cook." "Grandma didn't cook any dishes this time." "Xiao, Yue, sit down quickly." After drinking more than 30 glasses of wine, Xiao Fan looked at Lu Baichuan, "Grandpa, Wei and I will go to the other world in a short time. There will be a coronation ceremony, and then Wei and I will hold a wedding. I want to invite you to go to the other world in advance. You should adapt to the environment there first, and improve your cultivation by the way." Lu Zhanping and others showed excitement in their eyes. Lu Baichuan pondered and said, Xiao, what do you think about our Lu family going directly to another world to develop? With our cultivation level improved, plus your influence, our Lu family may become stronger and stronger in the military and political circles. This will definitely affect the interests of some people. And if something happens to us here, you will also be worried. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. "Grandpa, if this is the case, it would be great." Many of the younger generation like Lu Zhanping also showed excitement in their eyes. In another world, they may become powerful people. "Old man, have you figured it out?" Lu Xiaoyun said in surprise. Lu Baichuan nodded slightly. "If we continue to stay in China, our strength will continue to improve, which will easily make some people wary. Although it is difficult to leave our hometown, it is better to leave now." Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Grandpa, you can still come back if you want to. With your talent, your future cultivation level will not be too high." Lu Baichuan said unhappily, "Why do I feel uncomfortable listening to your words? Grandpa, it's great that you went there. Otherwise I'm afraid that I won't be able to come back after my cultivation level is high, and it will be difficult to meet." Su Yue said happily. Xiao Fan and his friends had a happy meal. Lu Zhiheng and Lu Ziyuan may be reluctant to leave, but the younger generation has no regrets, as they don't have much career to begin with. "Mr. Lu, are you sure?" The next day, the great elder came over, and Lu Zhiheng had already submitted his application. Lu Baichuan nodded slightly. "It's confirmed. It may not be a good thing for China for our Lu family to continue to stay in China. In another world, I can live a few more years." Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 603 finally engaged. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. Some people from the Lu family arrived in Leishan County, and it was late at night. Knock, knock. The big mirror next to Xiao Fan made a sound. Xiao Hai's figure appeared in the mirror. "Grandpa, Wei and Grandpa are now in the villa. They won't be back for a short time. The Lu family will develop in the other world in the future," Xiao Fan said with a smile. Xiao Hai's eyes lit up. "That's great. Otherwise, if something happens to the Lu family in the future, Yue will definitely be very anxious. You will also be anxious if something happens to her. Even if they can't become top masters here, their cultivation can be improved a lot, and their lifespan can be improved a lot." Xiao Fan nodded. "I think so too. Grandpa, let them teleport over first, and then send the machinery and equipment." A large number of machinery and equipment are now gathered here. Xiao Hai said, "My dear grandson, has the Leishan County Spirit Cave reached the SSS level?" Xiao Fan nodded, "Almost. But I don't plan to go there for the time being. There are still many warships below 3,000 tons that need to be teleported, and many machinery and equipment must also be teleported." Xiao Hai said, "The Leishan County Spirit Cave has just reached the SSS level. It's a little risky for you to come here now. It's better to wait a little longer. My dear grandson, please invite You's grandpa and grandma to come up." Soon Lu Baichuan and the others came up. Fortunately, Xiao Fan's master bedroom is relatively large, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate them. This seeing Xiao Hai in the mirror, Lu Zhiheng and the others were shocked. "Brother Xiao." Lu Baichuan greeted with a smile. They had met before. "Brother Lu." Xiao Hai also smiled. Lu Baichuan turned his head and glanced at Lu Zhiheng and the others. "Why are you still standing there? Don't you know how to call someone? Uncle Xiao. Grandpa Xiao." Lu Zhiheng and the others hurriedly saluted. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "No need to be polite, Brother Lu, you are all here today, I have an idea. I will pass the marriage certificate over, and you will witness together that Xiao Fan and Yu Wei have made an engagement. What do you think?" Lu Zhiheng's eyes lit up. "Brother Xiao, this is great." Xiao Hai said, "It should have been more formal, but Xiao Fan and the others are not convenient to come now, so the engagement will be just fine. The wedding will be arranged well, as grand as possible." The marriage certificate was quickly sent over. Xiao Fan also took out the engagement ring that he had prepared long ago. "Wei Wei, let me put it on you." The relatives and friends of both parties witnessed the engagement ring being put on, and the engagement was considered complete. Tears flashed in Su You's eyes. "You little brat, don't bully Yu Wei in the future, otherwise, even if you become the emperor, Grandpa will beat you," Xiao Hai warned. Xiao Fan held Su You's hand. "Grandpa, Grandma, don't worry, I will definitely treat Wei Wei well." Lu Xiuyan smiled and said, "My dear, Xiao Fan has never been bad to Yu Wei, we are all very relieved about this." Xiao Hai smiled and said, "That's good. You can walk towards the mirror, you can go directly through the mirror." Not long after, Lu Baichuan and the others were all teleported over. The spirit cave is already SSS level, and Lu Baichuan and the others have low cultivation, so Xiao Hai did not consume much energy to teleport over. It took more than an hour, and all kinds of mechanical equipment weighing hundreds of thousands of tons were transmitted over, and Xiao Hai still had some spare energy. "My dear grandson, I'll give you some more dragon energy." After transmitting some dragon energy to Xiao Fan, Xiao Hai's figure disappeared. After digesting these dragon energy, Xiao Fan is very close to the perfection of the great martial sect, and this spirit cave can be improved a little bit. "Wife, we are finally engaged. Let's do something to celebrate first. I'll arrange it in the evening, and you can arrange it during the day," Xiao Fan said with a smile. "Yes." Su Yue nodded with a slightly red face. In another world, the border between the Dragon Empire and the Baiyue Empire. Shen Jingtian arrived here. The Dragon Empire has 200,000 defenders here, and the Baiyue Empire has gathered a full 300,000 soldiers on the border. In the Tianluo Empire, the number of the four-nation coalition forces and vassal troops has also increased, reaching a huge number of 700,000. The enemy troops on the border of the Dragon Empire have reached 1 million. So many enemies are stationed on the border, which poses a serious threat to the Dragon Empire. Even if the Dragon Empire's army is invincible, the enemy will die if they invade the Dragon Empire under the cover of top battleships. General Shen, it has been confirmed that 2 top battleships of the Vulture Empire are coming, and they may invade at any time. A strong man came to Shen Jingtian and reported. The Vulture Empire has a total of 13 top warships, 7 in the north and 2 in the south. A total of 9 top warships have arrived around the Dragon Empire, which is simply crazy. 2 top warships are coming? Not bad. Shen Jingtian's eyes flashed. There are 2 top warships in his space treasure, and the other 2 generals each have a top warship in their space treasures. As long as they are released, they will have 4 top warships here, enough to form a local advantage over the Vulture Empire. Their 4 top warships were built later and can fly. In terms of attack and defense, these 4 top warships are stronger than the top warships of the Vulture Empire. Shin Jingjun, since the 2 top warships of the Vulture Empire are coming, the Baiyue Empire will definitely launch an attack. We might as well strike first. If we get rid of these 2 top warships and kill 300,000 people in the Baiyue Empire, they are likely to surrender. Another general next to Shin Jingtian said. Shin Jingtian nodded slightly. If the enemy is allowed to act first, the enemy is likely to act at the same time in the north and south, and then the Dragon Empire will suffer great losses. Soon Shin Jingtian and his men took action. Many of their strong men went out and brought 1 or 2,000 navy soldiers to a valley in the Baiyue Empire. This place is less than 10 kilometers away from the warships of the Vulture Empire. Set up the formation. Shin Jingtian and his men quickly set up the formation. The formation covered the entire valley. 4 top warships of 4 to 5,000 tons were released. Seeing these 4 top warships, many soldiers were very excited. Shin Jingtian and his men were very excited. The strongest warships of the Shenlong Empire's navy before did not exceed 500 tons, and they were garbage in front of the Vulture Empire's navy. Board the ships, Shin Jingtian said in a deep voice. 1 or 2,000 Navy soldiers quickly boarded the 4 top warships, and a few hundred people on each ship were enough to control a top warship. Buzz! The defense formation of the 4 top warships was quickly activated. Their defense is comparable to that of a strong man at the perfect level of the martial emperor. Everyone listen to my order. Your mission is to destroy the 2 top warships of the Vulture Empire. Since they are here, don't think about leaving. Shin Jingtian's murderous voice sounded. Kill, kill. All the soldiers of the Dragon Empire roared on the 4 top warships. Withdraw, Shin Jingtian ordered. The formation was withdrawn, and the 4 top warships took off quickly. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 604, surprise attack on Baiwei Empire. The 2 top warships of the Vulture Empire are 10 miles apart, and they can both protect a large area. The 300,000 troops of the Baiwei Empire are within their protection, and this side is only 20 to 30 miles away from the Dragon Empire. If they advance quickly, the 2 top warships can enter the Dragon Empire in a quarter of an hour and force the Dragon Empire army to retreat. The 300,000 troops of the Baiwei Empire can invade safely. This is the attack route for tomorrow. Do you have any additional reinforcements? A general of the Vulture Empire said in a deep voice. He was on one of the top warships, surrounded by generals of the Vulture Empire and several generals of the Baiwei Empire. No, General William, you explained it in detail. One of the generals of the Baiwei Empire said. The other generals also shook their heads. General William said in a deep voice, everyone, we fought with the Dragon Empire before, and the disadvantage was that we fought on the Dragon Empire's homeland. They will be much more cautious if we fight on their homeland. If we occupy the city, will they still dare to bomb recklessly? Victory belongs to us. Everyone around was full of confidence. They have 300,000 people and 2 top warships. The 200,000 people of the Dragon Empire may not be able to stop their invasion. Woo woo! At this moment, a shrill alarm sounded. Enemy attack, enemy attack. A strong man outside the warship shouted. General William and his men were inside the warship, but they also heard the roar of the strong man outside. Get out! General William shouted. They quickly went outside and soon saw 2 warships rushing over quickly. These 2 warships were larger than theirs. General William, there are 2 more warships there. The Dragon Empire already has 4 top warships that can fly. Another general of the Vulture Empire said in horror. They only have 2 top warships here, and the Dragon Empire has 4 top warships. They are very likely not a match. Retreat, retreat immediately. See if you can get rid of them by speed. General William ordered loudly. In a head-on firepower battle, he knew that there was no chance of winning against 2, and the tonnage of the Dragon Empire's warships was even larger than theirs. General William, we have 300,000 soldiers here. A general of the Baiwei Empire said in surprise. General William said in a deep voice, you have many strong men, and this is a jungle, you just need to hurry up and spread out in the jungle. Our Vulture Empire's top warships cannot be lost here, otherwise it will be a huge blow to the morale of the entire coalition. The 2 top warships of the Vulture Empire took off urgently, and the 4 top warships of the Dragon Empire followed closely behind. The distance was only about 10 miles. Wind! A strong man of the Dragon Empire's martial emperor level took action. The wind was howling, and one of the top warships of the Vulture Empire slowed down. Break it for me! A strong man on the Vulture Empire's warship took action. The wind was broken, but they soon encountered various other attacks, and the speed of their warships was inevitably affected. The 2 Dragon Empire warships chasing behind closed the distance. It didn't take long for the distance to be reduced to only about 5 miles. This was completely within the attack range of the 2 top warships of the Dragon Empire. Roar! One of the top warships launched an attack. A roaring fire dragon rushed out, and it was so fast that it approached the warship of the Vulture Empire in 1 or 2 seconds. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The red flames enveloped the entire warship. General William and others in the warship looked grim. This attack was definitely at the level of the perfect emperor, and it was the top one among the perfect emperors. The top warships of the Dragon Empire were at least not inferior to them in terms of attack. Roar! The same roar sounded. Another top battleship also launched an attack. Good defense! General William shouted. The strong men in their battleships assisted in the defense, otherwise the defense of their battleships alone would not last long. General William, we may have to consider the issue of escaping. A general next to General William transmitted a voice. General William looked over with a sharp gaze. The Dragon Empire may have more strong men nearby. If we consume more, we may completely lose the hope of escaping. The general transmitted a voice again. General William frowned. Now they don't consume much, and the strong men of the Dragon Empire don't consume much either. At least they don't have much disadvantage in a one-on-one fight. If there are more strong men in the Dragon Empire, they will consume more in the battle, and then they will be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight. Rationally, it is the right choice for them to give up and leave, but how easy is it to give up the top battleships and the large number of soldiers on them? There are a total of 2,000 soldiers on the 2 top battleships of the Vulture Empire. We may not lose. Without my order, anyone who escapes without authorization will be punished by military law. Everyone, defend with all your strength. General William said in a deep voice. General William could not abandon the ship and flee at the beginning. Boom! 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 The 2 top warships of the Dragon Empire attacked at intervals, and some powerful men of the Dragon Empire nearby also launched attacks continuously. When the defense of the Vulture Empire warships was still very strong, it was no problem for the strong men of the Dragon Empire to launch attacks, and no one in the Vulture Empire would die. The 2 top warships attacked at intervals to ensure that the Vulture Empire warships would not deliberately lower their defense to kill the strong men of the Dragon Empire. General, the number of top strong men of the Dragon Empire does not seem to be more than the top strong men on our warship. But the Holy Light is in trouble. 5 minutes later, another general spoke up. General William looked at the night sky outside. His expression was extremely solemn. Is it true that there are no more strong men of the Dragon Empire nearby? Maybe only some of the strong men of the Dragon Empire took action. This can stabilize them and prevent them from making the decision to abandon the ship and flee immediately, and the chance of killing them is higher. Damn it! General William cursed in his heart. Even if he thought of this possibility, what would happen? At least in the current situation, they still had a chance to escape. Maybe the warships of the Dragon Empire were not strong enough to sustain? It was too difficult to make the decision to abandon the ship and escape in this situation. Even if they escaped, how could they face the Emperor and the families of the deceased? Puff! Puff! In the jungle, the strong men of the Baihui Empire were quickly beheaded. The Dragon Empire has now gathered many strong men here. Of course, most of the strong men of the Four Nations Alliance are in Tianluo. Run, run! There are too many strong men in the Dragon Empire. The strong men of the Baihui Empire fled frantically. They couldn't care about the ordinary soldiers here. If they didn't escape quickly, all of their strong men would be beheaded. Want to escape? Can you escape? A strong man from the Dragon Empire said murderously. Many martial kings and martial emperors of the Dragon Empire kept chasing and killing. Not long after, there were no powerful people in the Baihui Empire's positions, and there were no strong men at the level of Marshal Zong and Wuzong. Boom! Boom! Cluster bombs fell one after another. The soldiers of the Baihui Empire were good at jungle warfare, but under the coverage of cluster bombs, their skills in jungle warfare were useless. Midline Horizontal Ellipsis Chapter 605, Capture of the Top Battleship. Ah! Screams continued to ring out in the jungle. They were injured and crippled by the explosion. But compared to many others, they were still relatively good. Near them, a large number of soldiers from the Baihui Empire were directly killed. In order to get shelter, the 300,000 troops of the Baihui Empire were relatively close, which made the power of cluster bombs perfectly exerted. Run, run! Don't block the way! Many soldiers of the Baihui Empire fled frantically, but they were in the jungle and it was still night, so it was very difficult to escape. With the sound of cluster bombs constantly ringing, the 300,000 soldiers of the Baihui Empire were madly reduced. In just half an hour, less than 30,000 of the 300,000 were still alive. Most of them were injured or even disabled. Even so, the people of the Dragon Empire were still bombing, but the cluster bombs were replaced with ordinary bombs or grenades. Damn it, we will definitely not be able to hold on. Captain, if we don't escape, we will all die. A strong man on one of the two top warships of the Vulture Empire said. Their strength continued to be consumed under the continuous attack of the Dragon Empire. Now, the stronger warriors on the warships have consumed 60% to 70% of their strength, and some have even consumed 80%. Escape? Where can we escape to? The captain said with a wry smile, the strong men of the Dragon Empire nearby are more numerous and stronger than us, and our chance of escape is very low. Captain, there is at least hope of escape, but if you don't escape, you will surely die. Another strong man said. The captain took a deep breath and said, if you want to escape, then escape. It has come to this point, even if you escape, you are not considered a deserter. Whatever responsibility you have, it's mine. Swish. 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 After the captain finished speaking, several strong men with good strength immediately fled the warship. They used the escape technique to escape at the fastest speed. Puff. Boom. What awaited them was, of course, the slaughter of the strong men of the Dragon Empire. There were more strong men of the Dragon Empire nearby, and they were stronger, so they had no hope of escape at all. Attention, people of the Vulture Empire, you can choose to surrender. Keep the warship intact, and you will be treated preferentially if you surrender. The war will be over soon and you will be redeemed. You can also see your parents, wives, and kiss your children. There is no need for you to die in this damn place. A strong man from the Dragon Empire shouted. According to the previous agreement, Xiao Fan could not send the top warship over, but they had no problem seizing the top warship from the Vulture Empire. With one more top warship, the Dragon Empire's navy can be strengthened a lot. You are doomed to die in the current situation, and your surrender is understandable. Think about your elderly parents, your children who have not grown up yet, and your beautiful wife. It would be better for you to die, but what about them? Another strong man from the Dragon Empire said. In the battleship of the Vulture Empire, many people had the idea of surrendering. The captain frowned. He noticed the changes in many people's minds. The defense of the battleship has been reduced a little. Captain, if we surrender in this situation, His Majesty will accept it, right? A person beside the captain transmitted the message, if we die, our family will surely decline, and the rest of the people will not stop targeting our family just because we died heroically. As long as we are alive, even if we go to jail, it will be a strong deterrent to other forces. The captain pondered, the possibility of their family falling was very high. Maybe in 3 to 5 years, the rest of the people will remember their bravery, but in 10 or 20 years, who will care about their current efforts? Everyone stay where you are. Any movement will be killed. The captain took a deep breath and said, his voice resounding throughout the ship. The warship slowly landed. 2 soldiers rushed out from inside the warship. They were arranged to be dead. As long as they pressed a specific button, the warship would self-destruct. Puff. Puff. The captain was a martial emperor-level strongman. His powerful consciousness enveloped the entire ship. The 2 soldiers were killed as soon as they took action. Some of the other strongmen also had their consciousness envelop the entire ship. They didn't want to die, but they didn't want someone to make a small move and kill everyone. Soon, the warship landed on the ground. The defense of the warship was lifted. The powerful consciousness of the strong men of the surrounding Shenlong Empire entered the warship. Everyone, keep it prohibited. The voice of the strong men of the Shunlong Empire sounded. The strong men of the Shunlong Empire quickly sealed the strength of the strong men in the warship, and the ordinary soldiers were quickly transferred out. Soon, including the captain, all the powerful characters were sealed, and everyone was transferred to the warship. Collect. This top warship of the Vulture Empire was received into the space treasure. Many strong men of the Dragon Empire here were very excited. They captured many people from the Vulture Empire and seized a top warship. This was a huge harvest, and their contribution was indispensable. Let's go to support. If we can get the second warship, we can also get a share of the credit. The strong man who led this side laughed. Swish! Swish! Everyone quickly flew to the direction where another Vulture Empire warship fled. Captain, if we don't escape now, we will definitely not be able to escape. Captain, on the warship where General William was, several strong men persuaded him. Everyone pay attention, abandon the ship and flee. General William sent a message to all the strong men who reached the Marshal King level in the warship. Marshal King level characters can fly and may escape. Swish! Swish! As soon as General William sent a message, some strong men inside the warship rushed out. The defense of the Vulture Empire's warship was rapidly reduced. Everyone, stop attacking. Hunting down the strong men who escaped from the Vulture Empire. A strong man from the Dragon Empire shouted. If they continued to attack the warship with all their strength at this time, the warship would soon be blown up, and some of the strong men from the Dragon Empire would also be killed by the rules of heaven. What should we do? The warship is out of control. Inside the warship, a large number of ordinary soldiers from the Vulture Empire were extremely panicked. The two dead men in the warship quickly pressed the warship's self-destruction switch. Pressing either of these two switches would cause the warship to self-destruct. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the warship exploded at an altitude of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, and a huge fireball enveloped a radius of several hundred meters. The night sky was illuminated and could be seen from a long distance. Another warship self-destructed. What a pity! The strong man from the Dragon Empire who dealt with the first warship showed regret in his eyes. They hadn't arrived yet, and the second warship actually exploded. Damn it! General William and his men all looked extremely gloomy. All the strong men who escaped were chased by at least two strong men, and their strength was no weaker than theirs. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 606, everyone in the Vulture Empire is dumbfounded. General William, surrender, you can't run away. You'd better not blow yourself up. If you don't blow yourself up, you will most likely be redeemed in the future. If you blow yourself up, we will lose credit and we will wipe out your entire family. 3 Marshal Emperor level strongmen surrounded General William. One of the Marshal Emperor level strongmen said murderously. General William. He knew that he was very likely to not escape, and he did consider self-destruction. The strong man of the Dragon Empire actually threatened him like this. Isn't your threat too much? General William said coldly. When you, the Vulture Empire, were rampant, did you consider others? What qualifications do you have to say that it's excessive? If you dare to blow yourself up, I promise to wipe out your entire family. Lao Chen, Lao Wang, do you want to attack together at that time? The strong man of the Dragon Empire said. Count me in. Include me, too. He is ready to invade our country. It's okay for us to wipe out his entire family. There is no psychological burden. The other 2 Marshal Emperor level strongmen spoke. General William was very frustrated. The 3 Marshal Emperors were ready to attack. If he exploded, it would not take too long for his family to reunite with him. I surrender. General William said with a dark face. He stopped resisting. The 3 Marshal Emperors of the Dragon Empire quickly sealed his cultivation. In other places, the strong men of the Vulture Empire were either killed or captured, and none of them escaped successfully. They had consumed a lot of strength, and it was difficult to escape from the hands of the more numerous and stronger strong men of the Dragon Empire. General Shen, we are back. General Shin, the mission went smoothly. It's a pity that the second top warship was not captured. The strong men of the Dragon Empire gathered together, and everyone was in a good mood. This battle caught the enemy off guard. Shin Jingtian smiled and said, "Everyone hurry up and finish it. The remaining enemies of the Baihui Empire will be dealt with as soon as possible." Yes. The top strong men of the Dragon Empire freed up their hands, and the 4 top warships returned. It was easy to deal with the remaining people of the Baihui Empire. There were less than 10,000 people in the Baihui Empire who were not seriously injured. Soon they all died, but those who were seriously injured did not die. There are 3,000 to 5,000 of these people. They are all seriously injured. It is not easy for them to survive in the hot and humid jungle of the Baihui Empire. The people of the Baihui Empire will have to spend a lot of resources to rescue them. Their rescue can also warn the others that there will be no good end for those who go against the Shunlong Empire. General Shun, should our army attack into the Baihui Empire? We can fight to the capital of the Baihui Empire. A general guarding the southern border asked. Shin Jingtian shook his head. Your Majesty means that our army will not enter the Baihui Empire on a large scale for the time being. Most of our martial emperor-level warriors must quickly go north, and we must also take away 4 top warships. The general who just asked the question felt a little regretful. If he continued to attack, he and his men would get a lot of credit. General Chang, it is a great achievement for you to guard the southern border well. Another general smiled. General Chang smiled and said, without these 300,000 elite soldiers, the Baihui Empire will not be able to attack our Shunlong Empire. I will definitely have a lot of free time here, I envy you. Shin Jingtian said in a deep voice, General Chang, don't be careless. If you fail, His Majesty will be furious. Yes. General Chang said solemnly. Shin Jingtian and many other strong men left quickly. They had to rush to the north before the news here reached Tianluo Kingdom. There must be strong men from the Baihui Empire on their way to report the news. However, the battle did not last long, and the strong men of the Baihui Empire had to take a detour, so they had time to rush over. Even if they were a little slow, it would not be a big problem. It would take time for the 700,000 soldiers of the Four-Nation Alliance to organize, and it would take time for them to enter the territory of the Shunlong Empire. A few hours later, Tianluo Kingdom. Swish! A strong man of the martial emperor level of the Baihui Empire hurried over. Many strong men of the Four-Nation Alliance immediately discovered him. Fellow Taoist Kuei Xiong, why are you here? A strong man of the Baihui Empire immediately went to meet him. General Ruan, it's not good. Kuei Xiong, who rushed over, said bitterly. Hearing him say this, some people in the surrounding Baihui Empire changed their faces. What's the matter? Do you want to say it in private or in public? General Ruan said hurriedly. Kuei Xiang sighed and said, General Ruan, there is no need to say this in private. It won't be long before the news is all over the place. The Dragon Empire attacked our Baihui Empire. A general from the nearby Vulture Empire frowned and said, haven't our Vulture Empire already sent 2 top warships over? Even if the Dragon Empire uses bombs, they can resist. Kuei Xiang shook his head. The Dragon Empire dispatched 4 top warships, they can fly, and these 4 top warships are all new. What? The faces of the strong men of the surrounding Vulture Empire changed drastically. What happened to our Vulture Empire's top warships? Another general of the Vulture Empire asked hurriedly. Kuei Xiang said in a deep voice, after discovering the top warships of the Dragon Empire, your Vulture Empire's top warships immediately chose to retreat. Without shelter, our Baihui Empire's soldiers are afraid that they are in great danger. The Dragon Empire has also dispatched many strong men. I'm afraid that your 2 warships of the Vulture Empire may not be able to escape. Kuei Xiang chose Lulu at the beginning, and he escaped. You don't know the specific situation of the battle? General Ruan asked. Kuei Xiang shook his head. If I was a little slower, I might not be able to escape, and I would not be able to come here to report the news. Nicholas, the governor of the Four Nations Alliance, said in a deep voice, "Everyone, we have to act immediately to attack the Dragon Empire. Everyone, get the soldiers ready to go immediately. Their military camp is only 20 to 30 miles away from the border. After mobilization, the soldiers can enter the Dragon Empire in 2 hours." Yes. The generals nodded. The huge army quickly took action. After an hour and a half, their front army was less than 5 miles away from the border. Swish! Another strong man from the Manhwae Empire flew over in a hurry. However, this time it was not a strong man from the Manhwae Empire, but a martial emperor from the Vulture Empire on the Manhwae Empire side. His mission was to supervise. He was not on the warship when the war broke out. "Governor, I'm afraid you have to stop the attack." The strong man went to one of the top warships of the Vulture Empire. "What's the situation in the Manhwae Empire?" Governor Nicholas asked nervously. Many strong men around also stared at the strong man who came over. "Governor, one of our 2 top warships over there self-destructed, and the other was snatched by the Dragon Empire." The Vulture Empire strongman who came over panted. He was a wind attribute strongman and could fly fast, but he was also very tired after rushing over from such a long distance. "What?" The faces of the Vulture Empire strongmen around him changed drastically. "Midline horizontal ellipsis. My grandpa is rebelling in another world, and I am invincible in the city." Chapter 607. Your Majesty, we must negotiate peace. We have 13 top warships, and after removing 2, there are only 11 left. The Dragon Empire already has 12. A strong man from the Vulture Empire muttered to himself. Hearing his words, Nicholas and his men looked even uglier. The Dragon Empire had 13 top warships, and they only had 11 left. The strength of the 2 countries' navies has begun to reverse. They still have a considerable advantage in first-class warships, but as time goes by, this advantage will disappear. "Where are the soldiers of our Manhwae Empire?" A general of the Manhwae Empire couldn't help asking. The strong man of the Vulture Empire who rushed backside and said, "Of the 300,000 people on your border, only 3 or 4,000 survived. They are all seriously injured, and the people of the Dragon Empire deliberately didn't kill them." Hearing this, the people of the Manhwae Empire present had a buzzing head. That was the 300,000 elite soldiers of their Manhwae Empire. The Manhwae Empire used to have 600,000 soldiers, of which 200,000 are now on the Tianluo Kingdom side, and 300,000 are on the border. That is to say, there are only 100,000 veterans left in the country. There are still 200,000 or 300,000 new recruits, but it takes time for them to form combat effectiveness. "When did the battle end?" a strong man from the OS Empire asked. The martial emperor of the Vulture Empire said. "It ended so quickly, so the strong men of the Dragon Empire may have arrived from the Manhwae Empire. We may have to face 5 top warships, the 500,000 troops of the Dragon Empire and various supports. This battle can't be fought." Everyone talked about it. They have 700,000 troops, but many of them are vassal troops. The 500,000 people of the Dragon Empire have 300,000 heavy cavalry. If they are protected by top warships and attack from the north and the south at the same time, it is entirely possible for them to kill into the Dragon Empire. What should we do now? The Dragon Empire has 5 top warships. If the south is solved, the strong men of the Dragon Empire don't need to be divided there, and they can be concentrated in the north to deal with them. General Nicholas, I'm afraid that many of our people will be captured alive, and they may include top strong men. The martial emperor of the Vulture Empire said with a wry smile. Nicholas's face was extremely ugly. If they continue to attack, those people may die. If their families don't dare to trouble the Dragon Empire, they can only find them. As the governor, he is the primary target. Governor, we need to stop advancing. Otherwise, our Manhwae Empire may withdraw from the alliance. General Ruan, who was the leader of the Manhwae Empire, said in a deep voice. Nothing can happen to the 200,000 people in their Manhwae Empire. Governor Nicholas, stop advancing. In the current situation, if we continue to advance, the loss will be huge. The general of the OS Empire also said. The top warships of the Dragon Empire have surpassed the Vulture Empire, and the Dragon Empire has top warships that are being transformed. The Vulture Empire's navy cannot suppress the Dragon Empire's navy, which is a huge threat to their OS empire. Continuing to be an enemy of the Dragon Empire may not be a wise move. Governor Nicholas, stop advancing. The general of the Red Maple Empire also said. 100,000 people from the Blood Cherry Empire are wreaking havoc on their land, and they have long wanted to go back. Before, there was still great hope, but now the hope of winning has dropped sharply. Order the whole army to stop advancing. Governor Nicholas took a deep breath and said. At present, the army is demoralized. If they continue to force the attack, the probability of their failure is very high, and perhaps hundreds of thousands of people will die. Yes. Soon the army of the Four Nations Alliance stopped advancing. The front army was now only 3 or 4 miles away from the border. It seems that they have received the news. Shen Jingtian chuckled. The martial emperor-level strongman of the Vulture Empire came here after a detour, so of course the strongmen of the Dragon Empire came here earlier. The Four-Nation Alliance is expected to collapse. Another general said. In the current situation, the Baiwei Empire is very likely to retreat. Once the Baiwei Empire retreats, the OS Empire is likely to retreat as well. The Red Maple Empire is closest to the Vulture Empire, and the last to retreat should be the Red Maple Empire, but it doesn't matter whether the Red Maple Empire retreats or not. There are only 20,000 people in the Red Maple Empire here. Shen Jingtian said, the war alliance of the 4 countries may collapse, but they are likely to form a larger defensive alliance. After all, the Vulture Empire has been operating for so many years, and it is not so easy to completely disintegrate them. The people around nodded. The Vulture Empire is a behemoth. If you want to completely solve such a behemoth, you still have to start from the inside of the Vulture Empire. As time passed, a strong man from the Vulture Empire rushed back. Your Majesty, there is an urgent military situation. A eunuch in front of Emperor Morgan said respectfully. Announce. Emperor Morgan said hurriedly. Soon, a strong man came to Emperor Morgan. Seeing the other party's expression, Emperor Morgan's heart sank. Bad news? Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, one of our top warships on the Baiwei Empire side destroyed itself, and another top warship was robbed. Almost all 300,000 people in the Baiwei Empire died. The Shenlong Empire dispatched 4 top warships and many strong men, and they didn't have many casualties. The strong man in front of Emperor Morgan said with grief and anger. What? Emperor Morgan was dumbfounded. The Shenlong Empire dispatched 4 top warships? These 4 top warships are new, and they can all fly? Yes, Your Majesty. Emperor Morgan was speechless for a long time. Their warships can fly, and he thought this advantage could be maintained for a while. Unexpectedly, this advantage is gone, and the number of their top warships has also been surpassed, and they will be surpassed more in the future. Where are our strong men over there? 5 minutes later, Emperor Morgan said with a somewhat dejected look. Your Majesty, some of them died, some were captured alive, and no one escaped. The Dragon Empire sent out many strong men, and they shamefully attacked. Crack! The wood of the chair that Emperor Morgan sat on was very solid, but his hands unconsciously exerted force, and the armrest was instantly crushed by him. Your Majesty, General Nicholas chose to suspend the action, and the other 3 countries do not intend to continue the action. Emperor Morgan took a deep breath and said, Is there any other important news? Your Majesty, there is no more. Emperor Morgan waved his hand, and the strong men in front of him quickly left. How did the situation become like this? Emperor Morgan felt bitter. A few years ago, the situation was still very good. The Vulture Empire's navy was stronger than the navy of the rest of the world, and their fleet could sail freely everywhere. Now the top warships have been surpassed, and Black Jade City is still occupied. Come here, sends Zhuo Xiang and others to come to discuss the matter. After a long time, Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice. Soon Zhuo Xiang and others came. Emperor Morgan told them the situation. Tell me what you think. Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice. After a long silence, the left Prime Minister said, "Your Majesty, perhaps we should consider peace talks. It would be better for us to negotiate before the four-nation alliance collapses." Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 608, Morgan the Great's bottom line. Morgan the Great's face was extremely gloomy. Left Prime Minister, it hasn't come to this yet, has it? How can we negotiate peace now? If we negotiate peace now, the Dragon Empire will definitely offer harsh conditions. A general of the Vulture Empire said in a deep voice. Left Prime Minister said, "General Stark, do you have a good idea? The Baiwei Empire has lost 300,000 people, they will definitely not continue. They have 200,000 people withdrawn, and we only have 500,000 people including the vassal army. If the people of the OS Empire withdraw again, there will only be 400,000 left." General Stark frowned. "Your Majesty, can we use the Navy to block the waterway or something? Or we can get mushroom bombs from the United States on Earth." Left Prime Minister hurriedly said, "General Stark, let's detonate the mushroom bombs, and the mushroom bombs may also explode in our Vulture Empire." General Stark said, "Left Prime Minister, I didn't say to detonate, we just got something like this for deterrence." Left Prime Minister shook his head. "That's not right. Your Majesty, if we want to deter, we can set up a joint defense organization like we did on Earth. How many mushroom bombs can we send from Earth? We use one mushroom bomb to deter, and Shanghai might show 100. Several of the others nodded. General Stark sighed secretly. In just a few years, their Vulture Empire has fallen to this point. Are the rest of you dumb? Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice as he swept his eyes over the others. Everyone spoke up, and basically agreed with the left Prime Minister's opinion. They were unsure about continuing to fight. If the Baiwei Empire and the OS Empire withdrew, how could they fight with only 400,000 vassal troops? Would they send more soldiers from their homeland? But in their homeland, the Black Jade City was occupied and not recaptured. The Red Maple Empire and the Blood Cherry Empire in the north still have 100,000 people. These 100,000 people may kill into the Vulture Empire at any time. If they find other people to join the war alliance, who would be willing to do so in the current situation? Besides, if they find other countries again, Xiao Fan will send more warships. Your Majesty, if we continue to fight, some of the princes in the country may rebel, and our internal situation may get out of control. The left Prime Minister took a deep breath and said. Everyone's heart tightened. Emperor Morgan's face changed. If the Vulture Empire continues to lose, the strength of the royal family will decrease, and the prestige of the royal family will also decrease. This possibility is not low. Left Prime Minister, you go over there. First stabilize the Baiwei Empire and the Aoshi Empire, and then negotiate with the Dragon Empire to see what conditions the Dragon Empire has. Emperor Morgan said after a long silence. A few years ago, the Vulture Empire still dominated the world, but it became like this in just a few years. Morgan regretted it so much that his intestines turned green, but regret was useless. The rest of you retreat first. Morgan said. Soon, only the left Prime Minister of the Vulture Empire was in front of Morgan. Your Majesty, our bottom line is, the left Prime Minister asked. He knew that Morgan kept him to tell them their bottom line, and they would not accept it if it exceeded the bottom line. Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice, we can accept a certain amount of compensation, and try to control it within 3 million caddies. The bottom line is 5 million caddies. Ceding land is unacceptable. Military bases within 1,000 kilometers around the Dragon Empire can be withdrawn, but military bases in other places will not be withdrawn. Leasing our land, hostages, and the like are unacceptable. The left Prime Minister said, what about the Blood Cherry Empire? What about the Red Maple Empire? Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice, the people of the Blood Cherry Empire must withdraw from the Red Maple Empire. As a concession, we will not care about the Blood Cherry Empire. For the rest, you can find a way. It involves some issues of principle. Report first and then talk. Zhuo Xiang nodded. He felt that the Dragon Empire was unlikely to agree to this condition, but he still went to talk first. Maybe the Dragon Empire would agree? Dong dong. Xiao Hai's figure appeared in the mirror. My dear grandson. Xiao Hai called with a smile on his face. Xiao Fan said, Grandpa, from your looks, is there good news? Xiao Hai laughed and said, there is good news, and it's great news. We won a big victory over the Baiwei Empire. One of the top battleships of the Vulture Empire destroyed itself, and another was captured by us. We already have 13 top battleships. The Vulture Empire only has 11 top battleships, haha. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. The armies of the Baiwei Empire must have suffered a lot of losses. Xiao Hai nodded. Of course, almost all of their 300,000 soldiers on the border were killed, and the rest were seriously injured. The Four-Nation Alliance is only 3 or 4 miles away from us. They have now retreated 50 miles. I guess they are planning to negotiate. Xiao Fan said, Grandpa, we must negotiate, but I don't think it's now. We don't need to rush to talk to them. They are the ones who are anxious now. The longer we delay, the stronger our navy will be, and the pressure on the Vulture Empire will become greater and greater. Xiao Hai smiled. Prime Minister Du and the others have similar ideas. If we talk now, the Vulture Empire will definitely not have good conditions, and if the talks end now, they may not collapse. Xiao Fan nodded. Wait until their internal conflicts are further aroused, they will beg us for peace talks, we'll talk about it then. Xiao Hai said, My dear grandson, I'll send you some formation flags this time. These formation flags are used for nuclear fusion devices. The protection of the formation will allow Chinese researchers to conduct research more boldly, and the time for nuclear fusion breakthroughs will be shortened a lot. Xiao Fan nodded. China's energy security is a big problem. If nuclear fusion is developed in the future, this problem can be completely solved. But this is not something that can be done overnight. My dear grandson, you should be about to break through. After you break through, you and Yu Wei should hurry up and come here. You have to improve your cultivation as soon as possible. In another 3 or 5 months, Grandpa may break through. Xiao Hai was a little worried. Before he ascends, Xiao Fan's strength must be strong enough. Grandpa, I will do it as soon as possible. Okay, you open the Spirit Cave channel. Xiao Fan quickly opened the Spirit Cave channel. Xiao Hai sent some formation flags over. With the Black Jade Spirit Gold provided by Xiao Fan before, and the formation, the research progress will be 10 times faster than before. My dear grandson, talk to the top leaders of China. If controlled nuclear fusion breaks through, we can also build a nuclear fusion power station here. If many of the machines you sent here are used, we will be short of electricity. Xiao Hai said. Xiao Hai now hoards many machines there. Electricity is a big problem. At present, the basic method is to set up a formation and use hydroelectric power, but this is limited. It takes time to build a thermal power station. The pollution problem is easy to solve, just set up a formation. If controlled fusion is achieved, it would be best to use nuclear power. Midline horizontal ellipsis. My grandpa is rebelling in another world, and I am invincible in the city. Chapter 609, Peace Talks? It's not up to you. Left Prime Minister. Nicholas, the governor of Tianluo, bowed. The left Prime Minister of the Vulture Empire and some other people came over secretly. Governor Nicholas, please introduce the situation here. The left Prime Minister sat down and said. Nicholas introduced the situation here. The situation is quite serious. The people of the Baiwei Empire are already clamoring to leave. A large number of soldiers are clamoring to leave. Even many soldiers of the Vulture Empire are also clamoring to leave. They used to think that there was still hope of winning, but the battle on the side of the Baiwei Empire made them completely recognize the reality. If they continue to fight, they are likely to die. The left Prime Minister said in a deep voice, Call the generals of the Baiwei Empire, the OS Empire, and the Red Maple Empire, I will talk to them. Soon everyone came. There were not enough chairs in the room, and they could only stand one by one. Pa! The left Prime Minister slapped the table in front of him. The Dragon Empire has won a few battles. Do you think that our Vulture Empire is no good? Do you want to rebel? The left prime minister said sternly. The generals of the Baihui Empire, the OS Empire, and the Red Maple Empire were terrified. The Vulture Empire was still very powerful. Lord Eugene, we don't have such an idea. Yes, left Prime Minister Eugene, we respect the Vulture Empire very much. Everyone spoke up. The left Prime Minister of the Vulture Empire was called Eugent. Eugent said coldly, "It was fine before when you made a fuss and wanted to get more benefits, but is it time for you to make a fuss now? If we don't unite, how can we negotiate with the Dragon Empire? If your subordinates make trouble, you can control them if you can, and replace them if you can't." Governor Nicholas' mouth twitched. He, the governor, was also scolded, but what could he do? Eugent was the left prime minister, and his status was much higher than his governor. His Majesty's will is now for peace talks, but you must be prepared to fight at any time, and you must put pressure on the Dragon Empire. Eugent said and looked at Nicholas. Nicholas said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I think what the left prime minister said makes sense. Only by fighting can we stop the war. Everyone must take action." A general of the Baihui Empire said, "Left Prime Minister Eugene, what if this stimulates the Shenlong Empire to continue the war?" Eugene said in a deep voice, "Our top warships still have the advantage, and we have a lot of people, so they dare not mess around." Another general of the Baihui Empire said, "But the Shenlong Empire may invade our Baihui Empire, what will happen then?" Eugene looked over coldly. "You mean, your Baihui Empire is now afraid of the Shenlong Empire, not our Vulture Empire?" The other party dared not say a word. The strength of the Vulture Empire has decreased, and it is easy to beat them. Eugene slowed down his tone and said, "Now if we negotiate together, the losses will be less. You should understand this principle." "Yes." Everyone nodded. Eugene said, "You guys hurry up and clean up the army, and then I will send envoys to negotiate with the Dragon Empire. If everything goes well, it will be over soon." 2 hours later, Eugene sent out envoys, a total of 9 envoys, 4 of whom were from the Vulture Empire. There were 2 envoys each from the Baihui Empire and the OSS Empire, and 1 from the Red Maple Empire. These envoys met Shen Jingtian first. Negotiations? Our Majesty has no plans to negotiate peace for the time being. Your Majesty means that you started the war, and it is not up to you when to end it. We have the final say. Shen Jingtian said indifferently. The leader of the 4 envoys of the Vulture Empire was called Reginald. He said in a deep voice, "General Shen, if the war continues, our Vulture Empire's warships may attack your coastal areas." "Pa!" Shen Jingtian slapped him hard. "Try it. You thought it was the same as before? Now is not the time for your Vulture Empire warships to run rampant." Shen Jingtian said murderously. The envoy of the OS Empire said, "If the war continues, it is likely to expand, which is probably not what you want to see. Peace talks are good for all of us. We proposed peace talks, but it does not mean that we do not have the strength." Shen Jingtian sneered, "If you have the strength, continue. The consequence is that your OS Empire will be destroyed at that time." The 2 envoys of the OS Empire blushed. It is too bullying to talk about destroying a country at every turn. But the Dragon Empire really has the strength to destroy their OS Empire now. Okay, this general has no time to chat with you. You get ready. Maybe at some point, this general will give you a surprise. Shen Jingtian waved his hand after speaking, and all 9 envoys were taken away by an invisible force. They were taken outside the military camp. What should we do? What else can we do? Go back and report the news first. The 9 envoys returned, and Eugene and the others got the news. Damn it. Eugene's face was gloomy. Emperor Morgan gave the bottom line, but the Dragon Empire refused to talk about it. This was embarrassing. What should they do next? Go to the capital of the gods and meet the Emperor of the Dragon Empire directly. Eugene said in a deep voice. In the past, the 4 countries had envoys in the Dragon Empire. When the war broke out, their envoys in the Dragon Empire had long been driven away. Yes. The 9-member delegation could only rush to the capital of the gods. But they were stopped directly in the capital of the gods. Not to mention meeting Shanghai, they didn't even enter the gate of the capital of the gods. This military lord, we are the envoys of the Four Nations Alliance. We have extremely important things to ask your emperor to see. The envoy headed by the Vulture Empire said with anger. His Majesty has already ordered that he will not see you. Go back to where you came from. If you make noise here again, don't blame us for being rude. The general guarding the city said coldly. The strength of the surrounding areas of the capital of the gods is suppressed. The 9 envoys are quite strong, but here, the city guards can easily take them down. Left Prime Minister, we all failed to enter the capital. We tried everything, but they wouldn't let us in. The 9 envoys returned the next day. Eugene was at a loss. The Dragon Empire refused to negotiate with them, which was embarrassing. With 700,000 troops and 7 top warships, they could protect themselves, but it was not a good idea to continue the stalemate. Food and grass were not a problem, as it was easy to bring strong men. But if it dragged on, the Dragon Empire's navy would be stronger, and the number of top warships that could fly would definitely exceed 7. Left Prime Minister Eugene, the Dragon Empire won't negotiate, so why don't we just withdraw our troops? Why not just let it go, said a general of the Baihui Empire. Eugene said in a deep voice, is it that simple? Without peace talks, the Dragon Empire will attack us at any time. Your Baihui Empire is the closest to the Dragon Empire. A general of the OS Empire said helplessly, Left Prime Minister Eugene, what do you think we should do? We can't attack now. Are we just waiting here? It won't be long before the Dragon Empire will have 7 top-notch warships that can fly, and then they may launch an attack. Eugene frowned, he didn't have a good idea. Really attack the coast of the Dragon Empire? Doing so will expand the war, and they may suffer in the end. Midline horizontal ellipsis. My grandpa is rebelling in another world, and I am invincible in the city. Chapter 610, The Plan to Reap Donyang Kingdom. The United States, Black Palace. The U.S. President listened carefully to the analysis of his staff. According to what you said, the Vulture Empire will definitely lose? The U.S. President frowned. The Chief of Staff nodded slightly. The current situation is like this, unless they can get a method of mass teleportation in a short time. Or Shanghai will die suddenly. The U.S. President shook his head. Shanghai is a strong man at the level of the perfect emperor of martial arts. He is also protected by strong men. The probability of sudden death is too low. As for mass teleportation, this is not impossible, but the possibility is not high. It has not been studied for so long. If the Vulture Empire fails, the Dragon Empire will become the most powerful country in the other world, which is not a good thing for us in the United States. The U.S. President said in a deep voice. Another staff member said, General, according to our analysis, the Dragon Empire is already the strongest country in the alien world. They have the most top warships, the most land forces, and all kinds of firearms. The Dragon Empire also has more top strongmen. The American general said gloomily, you always say that the Vulture Empire is the best. General, the Vulture Empire used to have an invincible navy, and the Dragon Empire's army was strong, but its strength could not be brought into play. And the navy is the best. The Vulture Empire can make many other countries obedient, and those countries will stand on the side of the Vulture Empire. Now the situation has changed. The Chief of Staff said helplessly. The American general was speechless. The world is changing too fast. Then what good ideas do you have? Shanghai is the emperor of the Dragon Empire. Whether he or Xiao Fan is the emperor, they will definitely support the rise of China. Then China will surpass us. The American general said gloomily. Everyone was silent for a long time, and the Chief of Staff said bitterly, General, China may have surpassed us. Their manufacturing industry has long surpassed us. The deterrence capability of our aircraft carriers has also been greatly reduced. Most of their people have practiced the Yanhuangju and are still promoting the Yanhuang battle formation. The deterrence capability of our mushroom bombs is decreasing. General, times have changed. The U.S. general sat down helplessly. General, perhaps our strategic approach needs to be adjusted. It is not good for us to continue to confront. The rise of the Eastern Dragon is unstoppable. Another member of the staff group said helplessly. The Chief of Staff said, General, according to our prediction, there will be more than 1 million people at the Huajin level in China within a year. There will be more than 5 million people at the Huajin level within 3 years. These people can form a battle formation. The U.S. general covered his chest. It hurts. People at the Huajin level are not particularly powerful, but if they form a battle formation, they can have the strength of a martial king or even a martial emperor. The deterrence of their nuclear weapons will be greatly reduced. General, in fact, we have no blood feud with China, only Dongyang has, and we have the same blood feud with Dongyang. The Chief of Staff reminded. The U.S. general's eyes lit up. You mean, we and China will kill Dongyang together, and then make peace? The Chief of Staff said, to repair the relationship between our two countries, we may need a deep cooperation, and cooperation in this regard is good. Dongyang has no value to us. In the past, we needed Dongyang to contain China, but now we can't contain it. We might as well work with China to completely settle accounts with them. The U.S. general thought. This is indeed a good idea. The United States and China do not have a deep hatred, but the relationship between the two countries is very bad now, and it takes a good opportunity to repair the relationship. If the relationship is not repaired, they will live in fear. Most people in China practice cultivation, and China's strength is getting stronger every day. What if a war breaks out with China? You think of a good plan. Then discuss it with China and Xiao Fan. The U.S. Commander-in-Chief said in a deep voice. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The members of the staff secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They don't want to continue living like this, it's tiring. They are worried every day, afraid to see God. Even if the United States and China ease relations, the United States is still a superpower, and they can still live comfortably. Knock knock. The door of Xiao Fan's villa was knocked. Director Jiang, is there something? Xiao Fan opened the door and saw Zhang Wanchen was a little surprised. If there is something, can't he just call? He actually ran over with great effort. Xiao. Your Highness Xiao, this matter is very important. I am here on behalf of the country this time to ask for your opinion. Zhang Wanchen said after entering the villa. Xiao Fan asked Zhang Wanchen to sit down. Director Jiang, we have been friends for a long time, why do you still call you Your Highness Xiao? Zhang Wanchen said, Your Highness Xiao, the great elder specifically told me to change the name, saying that it is not appropriate to continue to call you that. What is it? Xiao Fan asked. He was too lazy to get entangled in the name. Zhang Wanchen said, the United States wants to ease the relationship with our China. Xiao Fan raised his eyebrows, and he said coldly, they want to ease the relationship? It's not that easy. Zhang Wanchen said, they showed sincerity this time. The United States proposed to harvest Dongyang together with our China, and to conduct a thorough liquidation of Dongyang. The higher-ups think this sincerity is acceptable. Xiao Fan showed surprise in his eyes. The United States is bringing out its own dog and fighting with them, which is a big loss to the United States' face. What is the specific plan? Xiao Fan asked. Zhang Wanchen said, first, we will impose various economic sanctions and harvest them. When they are living in poverty, we will conduct a thorough liquidation. Each party will take half of the benefits. Xiao Fan shook his head, no, half is not sincere enough. We Chinese must take 70%, otherwise I don't agree to this. If the United States does not agree, we will unilaterally kill the dog of Dongyang and eat its meat. By then, they will not even have soup to drink. Zhang Wanchen said, Your Highness Xiao, then I will contact the higher-ups and let them communicate with the United States. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, if the United States does not agree, we will take 80%. If they still disagree, let's not talk about it. Yes. Zhang Wanchen quickly reported. Half an hour later, Zhang Wanchen's phone rang. An excited voice came from the other end of the phone, Director Jiang, the United States has agreed, and we will take 70% of the benefits. Okay, okay, Jiang Wanchen said happily. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wanchen smiled and said, Your Highness Xiao, you are really amazing. You directly fought for 20% of the benefits at the beginning. Dongyang is a developed country, and harvesting 20% of the benefits of Dongyang is very huge. Jiang Wanchen did not expect it to be so smooth. Xiaofan asked, Director Jiang, when will the harvest start? Soon. Jiang Wanchen said. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 611 Farewell, prepare to leave. Your Highness Xiao, although the harvest will begin soon, the harvest process will not be that fast, and it is estimated to last for 2 to 3 years. During this process, China and the United States will have various cooperation, and the relationship between the two countries will be restored a lot in the cooperation. Jiang Wanchen said. Xiaofan nodded slightly. The relationship between China and the United States has eased, and they have jointly started to harvest Dongyang country. He can go to the other world with confidence at that time. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. In this half month, the other world was relatively calm. The 700,000 people of the Four-Nation Coalition in Tianluo country did not withdraw, but they did not take any action. Xiaohai opened the Donghai Spirit Cave 3 times. Each time, a lot of warship shells were transmitted. These warships only have hulls and engines, but in the other world, it won't take too long to become first-class warships. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Xiaofan's body. His cultivation reached the perfection of the great martial sect, and stronger spiritual energy surged from the spirit cave, and all of these spirit caves entered Xiaofan's body. An hour later, the spiritual energy flowing out of the spirit cave became smooth. Compared with before, the spirit cave has increased by about 20%. Xiaofan's cultivation level will increase the difficulty of passing, but the enhancement of the spirit cave and Xiaofan's spatial ability will reduce the difficulty of passing. Overall, the difficulty of passing is reduced. Husband. Xiaofan arrived outside the master bedroom, and Su Yue looked at him happily. Xiaofan said with a smile, Finally, we have reached the great martial sect perfection, and the warship has also been teleported. We can go to the other world. Wei, let's go around before leaving. If we leave Earth in China, we may never come back. Su Yue nodded slightly, and she was reluctant to leave. Husband, if the two worlds continue to merge, even if our cultivation level is improved, we may still be able to come back in the future. Su Yue said. Xiaofan sighed lightly, the complete fusion of the two worlds may never happen, and even if it happens, it may be hundreds of years later. What will the Earth look like when we return to Earth? 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and Xiaofan and Su Yue visited many places. The Yangtze River, the Yellow River, the Great Wall, the Forbidden City. Many places have left traces of Xiaofan and his friends. Hubby, there are many people in Leishan County seeing us off. There are also many people on the internet who want us to do a live broadcast, and they want to say goodbye to us. Su Yue said. They were riding on the lightning snow sculpture on the way to Leishan County. It was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiaofan and Xiaohai agreed to leave tonight. They didn't actually spread the news, but Xiaofan said goodbye to the elders and others, and the official announced that Xiaofan and his team were leaving. There are so many people. It didn't take long for Xiaofan and his team to get close to Leishan County. There was a traffic jam a few dozen kilometers away from Leishan County. Roads were completely blocked, and many people abandoned their cars and moved forward quickly. Even if you only have the cultivation of Mingjin level, your running speed is much better than the previous world champions, and your endurance is even stronger. Running dozens of kilometers is no problem. If you have the cultivation of Njin or even Huajin level, dozens of kilometers are easy. Hurry up, everyone speed up. Hurry up in front, or Master Xiao and his team will leave before we arrive. Those who are far away can't come, and those who are close must go to see Master Xiao off. Many people on the road shouted. The lightning snow sculpture continued to move forward. Xiaofan and his friends saw more and more people in the sky. Xiaofan's eyes gradually became moist. Husband, I'm afraid that millions of people have come to Leishan County. If it weren't for the short time, there would definitely be more people coming. Su Yue said softly. Wife, let's start the live broadcast. Xiao Fan said softly, so many people care about us, let's say goodbye to everyone. Okay. Su Yue quickly logged in with Xiao Fan's account and started the live broadcast. Suddenly, a huge flow of people rushed in. Fortunately, Douyin had already made preparations and arranged sufficient bandwidth, otherwise the live broadcast would probably be stuck immediately. If a live broadcast accident happened at this time, the boss would definitely be scolded to death. Xiao Fan did not appear in the camera immediately. Su Yue's camera was aimed at the bottom. Leishan County was crowded. Envy, I want to go to the scene to send Master Xiao, but the plane tickets have been sold out. Don't talk about plane tickets. I got the news and went to grab high-speed rail tickets. The high-speed rail to that place is all empty, and there are no standing tickets. Looking at this, I'm afraid that millions of people have rushed over. Normal, the nearest big city to Leishan County, City Z, has 10 million people. If I run in City Z, I will go there. Countless barrages flew out of the live broadcast room. In just 2 minutes, the news spread wildly, and the number of people in the live broadcast room reached 300 to 400 million. The boss of Douyin prayed secretly. The live broadcast must not crash at this time. Add some more bandwidth, don't be afraid to spend money, said the boss of Douyin, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. There are quite a few big guys in the live broadcast room at this time. Hello, everyone. The lightning snow sculpture arrived above the villa. Su Yue pointed her phone at Xiao Fan, and Xiao Fan spoke. His voice could be clearly heard by everyone in the live broadcast room and everyone who had rushed to Leishan County. Thank you for your kindness. Many people came to see Yue and me off. Don't crowd to avoid accidents. Friends who haven't arrived in Leishan County, don't come. I appreciate your kindness, but there is no room for people in Leishan County. On the way, many people stopped moving. The live broadcast started, and they watched it. Gradually, 2 hours passed and night fell. Everyone, let's stop here. China is very good, but there is still a throne to inherit in my family, so I can only say goodbye to everyone. China will last forever. Xiao Fan said reluctantly. Countless barrages poured out frantically. China will last forever. Goodbye, Grandmaster Xiao. Xiao Fan looked at Su Yue, and the live broadcast room went black, but many people still didn't leave, and were still swiping the barrage frantically. Master Xiao, we are here, are there any benefits? Master Xiao, how about singing a song? Someone below shouted. One song, one song. Millions of people quickly shouted in unison. Xiao Fan said, I'll sing a song of Descendants of the Dragon for everyone. My voice is broken, so please don't mind if I don't sing well. Many people started live broadcasting. Many people on the internet rushed to many other live broadcast rooms. I saw Master Xiao again, tears in my eyes. Master Xiao is going to sing, cool. Xiao Fan sang. A song of Descendants of the Dragon made many people excited, and the dragon's soul seemed to awaken in the hearts of hundreds of millions of Chinese people. We are all leaving, and Xiao Xiao still helped us. The elder sighed. Yes. Everyone nodded. Xiao Fan's song of Descendants of the Dragon will make many Chinese people more patriotic, and the cultural confidence of the Chinese people will also be greatly improved. Everyone, while it's still early, let's disperse. We have to go. Xiao Fan and Su Yue entered the villa. Everyone, let's sing a song together, wish you a good trip. Someone outside the villa shouted. Okay. Many people responded. Not long after, the song rang out. More and more people joined in, and finally millions of people in Leishan County sang at the same time. Inside the villa, Xiao Fan felt his nose sour. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 612, Divine Capital, here I come. Time gradually turned into the late night. No country bombed the spirit cave to harm Xiao Fan and the others. After all, even if it succeeded, there was still Xiao Hai in the other world. Without Xiao Fan here, Xiao Hai could also let some strong people teleport over. Whoever killed Xiao Fan would definitely be exterminated by Xiao Hai. my dear grandson, Yue. A voice came from the mirror next to Xiao Fan and Su Yue. Grandpa. Grandpa Xiao. Xiao Fan and the others looked at the mirror. Xiao Hai said, my dear grandson, the speed of the spiritual energy flowing here has increased a lot. Have you reached the perfection of the great martial sect? Xiao Fan smiled and nodded. Grandpa, I will let Yue teleport over first, and then I will go over through the space spirit cave. Teleporting her will not affect the space spirit cave. Xiao Fan said. Xiao Hai nodded, before you come over, Grandpa will send you some black spirit gold, and finally leave some good things for China. Yes. Xiao Fan soon opened the spirit cave, and Su Yue teleported over first. Then Xiao Hai teleported a lot of black spirit gold. It is still convenient to teleport this thing now, but it will be much more difficult in the future. Director Jiang, there are some black gold left in the villa. Xiao Fan sent a message. Then Xiao Fan entered the open spirit cave channel. With his cultivation, normal transmission has certain risks, but his spatial ability is strong. Xiao Fan estimated that his mortality rate in the past would not exceed 1%. Ding! Zhang Wanchen received the message sent by Xiao Fan. He is now in Leishan County, and near Xiao Fan's villa. Alas! Zhang Wanchen sighed secretly. It has always been comfortable to communicate with Xiao Fan. He really doesn't want Xiao Fan to leave, but Xiao Fan has a throne to inherit in the other world. If it is just money, the country may give it to Xiao Fan, but the Xinlong Empire is a super empire with a territory of 50 million square kilometers. The temptation of the throne of such an empire is amazing. Before leaving, you left such a gift to the country, thank you. Zhang Wanchen said silently in his heart. Soon Xiao Fan passed through the space channel, he appeared next to Xiao Hai, Su Yue was also there, they looked at Xiao Fan with joy. Greetings, Your Highness. Shen Jingtian and some other generals were there. When Xiao Fan appeared, they saluted hurriedly. General Shen, you don't have to be so polite. Xiao Fan smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. Shen Jingtian and the others said in unison. Xiao Hai said with a smile, my dear grandson, how do you feel? If your cultivation is stronger, can you still return to the spirit cave? Xiao Fan said, Grandpa, it's difficult. I am now a great martial arts master. When I reach the level of martial king, I guess I can't pass it again. Here, his cultivation speed is 50 times that of the earth. With his talent, it may take more than half a month to reach the level of martial king. If Xiao Hai also prepared something else for him, the improvement will be faster. Before Xiao Fan came here, he practiced on the island without Xiao Hai's help, and the environment there was not particularly good. Then you can stay here peacefully. Let's go, the most important thing for you now is to practice in seclusion. Xiao Hai smiled. Xiao Fan had never seen many officials in the court of the other world, but these were not important. It would not be too late to see them later. Yes. Xiao Fan nodded. Soon Xiao Fan and the others left. However, the spirit cave still needs someone to guard it, and in the future, we will have to use this SSS-level spirit cave to contact China, and ordinary strong people can also go there. What a magnificent city! Xiao Fan and his friends returned to the capital of the gods. Xiao Fan had seen photos and videos of the capital of the gods. But when he actually got here, the shock that the divine capital brought to Xiao Fan was much greater. The walls of the divine capital were as high as 9 feet, as high as a 10-story building. In front of such a tall wall, it was difficult to attack the city because the strength was suppressed. My dear grandson, the population of the divine capital has now exceeded 10 million. It is the most prosperous and powerful city in the world. Xiao Hai said with a smile. There are many cities in China with a population of more than 10 million, but this is in a different world, there are not so many high-rise buildings, and the population of 10 million is very large. In the ancient Tang dynasty Chang'an city in China, historians estimated that there were at most 1,700,000 people, and the conservative estimate was only 500,000 or 600,000. The compromise is only 1 million people. Dede the super luxurious carriage slowly drove into the divine capital. The carriage was pulled by a top-quality spirit horse, and such a horse was extremely valuable. "My dear grandson, how do you feel?" Xiao Hai asked with a smile. Through the translucent curtain of the carriage, Xiao Fan and the others could see outside. "It feels very strange. The buildings here are somewhat similar to those in ancient China, but compared with ancient China, the buildings here seem more majestic." Xiao Fan looked outside and said. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "There is plenty of spiritual energy here, and it is not uncommon for trees to grow hundreds of meters high. There are trees that are so big that 3 people can't hug them. It is also convenient for warriors to handle those things. The ancient buildings in China are more refined, and the ones here are more magnificent. My dear grandson, don't you have any other feelings? The divine capital includes the entire Shenlong Empire, and it will belong to you in the future." Xiao Fan was stunned. He didn't think of this just now. "Grandpa, I still can't adapt to it for a while." Xiao Fan chuckled. "Just get used to it slowly." The carriage continued to move forward and drove towards the palace. "Divine capital, here I come," Xiao Fan said in his heart, and his heartbeat quickened a little. 2 hours later, Xiao Fan and his carriage entered the palace. This journey allowed Xiao Fan to fully experience the prosperity of the divine capital. This prosperity is different from the high-rise buildings in China. Comparing the two, Xiao Fan actually likes the feeling of the divine capital. The houses in the divine capital, except for some special buildings, basically do not exceed 5 floors, and the buildings here are not so monotonous. My dear grandson, the palace is the location of a huge dragon vein. Grandpa has prepared a spiritual pool for you to practice. You can practice in the spiritual pool. Your martial arts level is too low. Before Grandpa breaks through, you must reach the martial arts level, Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. Xiao Fan nodded. Grandpa, isn't Yue practicing with me? Xiao Hai shook his head. No, you practice different techniques, and the spiritual fluids and arrays you need are completely different. The Four-Nation Alliance is in a stalemate with us. Now is a good time for you to work hard to improve. You can participate in the negotiations, my dear grandson. The location of the negotiations can be chosen in the capital of the gods. There was no welcoming banquet or anything. Xiao Hai took Xiao Fan directly to the place of practice. This place would not suppress Xiao Fan and his team's strength. My dear grandson, try it inside. Grandpa has had people prepare for a long time. You should be able to practice very quickly in here. Oh, by the way, take this. For the time being, you can't let it recognize the master. You can get familiar with it first. Xiao Hai handed the mountain and river seal to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan took the mountain and river seal and entered a lavender spiritual pool. So fast. Xiao Fan quickly began to practice the 9 transformations divine dragon technique. He felt that his training speed was more than twice as fast as on the island, and more than 100 times faster than on Earth. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 6:13 Xiao Fan's strength rises sharply. My dear grandson, your cultivation speed is much faster than Grandpa's. Xiao Hai said with a smile. Xiao Fan had used a lot of golden dragon marrow and other things early on, but Xiao Hai did not travel through time until he was 60 or 70 years old, so he did not have the conditions. The Shenyan Empire used to have a large land area, but it could only get 2 or 3 drops of golden dragon marrow a year, which was extremely precious. Life spirit liquid is precious on Earth, but in the other world, the price of life spirit liquid is not even 1/millionth of that of golden dragon marrow. Ordinary people with a little more wealth can also get life spirit liquid in the other world, but don't even think about golden dragon marrow. For smaller countries, even the emperor may not be qualified to enjoy it. The Shenlong Empire now has a wider territory, and it can only get about 5 drops of golden dragon marrow a year, which is still shockingly little. Grandpa, my current cultivation speed is about 120 times that of the cultivation speed on Earth. Will this speed decrease? Xiao Fan asked. Xiao Hai said, practicing in the spirit pool will definitely have the best effect at the beginning, and it is estimated that it will decrease to about 100 times later. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Even if it is 100 times stronger, it is still very strong. It is much faster than his training on the island. In about a week, Xiao Fan will have the confidence to reach the level of king of martial arts. My dear grandson, you should practice well first. Grandpa of the Four Nations Alliance will leave them alone for now. You are quite good at talking. I will let you talk to them later. Xiao Hai said with a smile. Yeah. Xiao Fan closed his eyes and began to practice. The powerful energy in the spirit pool quickly entered his body, and these energies were quickly refined and absorbed. It feels so good. The training on Earth is too different from here. Xiao Fan thought to himself. 6 days passed in a blink of an eye. A powerful aura burst out from Xiao Fan's body. Without any surprise, he broke through to the level of king of martial arts. You have broken through, not bad. A few hours later, Xiao Hai came to Xiao Fan and said with a smile. Here you go. You can keep them all. Xiao Hai smiled and took out a box of space ability balls, which contained hundreds of space ability beads of various sizes. The small ones were only the size of marbles, which would not be of much help to Xiao Fan after absorbing such space ability beads. The large ones were as big as fists. Grandpa, if I absorb all of these, what level can my spatial ability reach in the future? Xiao Fan asked. Xiao Hai said, if you absorb all of these, your spatial ability can reach the early stage of the Martial Emperor, and your combat power can probably reach the late stage of the Martial Emperor. Xiao Fan was surprised and said, Grandpa, even if I absorb all of them, I can't reach the level of the perfect Martial Emperor? Xiao Hai nodded. The spatial ability beads are very rare, but don't worry, we can get them from other countries to improve the strength of the Shenlong Empire. There will be no problem for your spatial ability to be improved to the middle stage of the Martial Emperor, and then your comprehensive combat power will be the perfect Martial Emperor. Xiao Hai said with a smile. It was difficult to get spatial ability beads from other empires before, but now the strength of the Shenlong Empire has surpassed that of the Vulture Empire. As the first powerful country, there will definitely be countries that flatter it. As long as Xiao Hai wants, there will definitely be countries that give spatial ability beads. Grandpa, there should be new top battleships built? Xiao Fan asked. Xiao Hai said with a smile, we have built 2 ships in the past 20 days. We now have a total of 15 top-notch warships. 7 of them can fly. Over in Tianluo, the Four-Nation Alliance has 7 top-notch warships that can fly, and the Shenlong Empire has already caught up in this regard. Only 2 ships? I thought in 20 days, there should be at least 3 ships. Xiao Fan said in surprise. Xiao Hai smiled and said, with those 2 ships, we have enough top-tier battleships for now. There are only 4 top-tier battleships that have not been transformed. Wait until our people have a higher level of formation before building those ships. Now the focus of construction has shifted to first-class battleships. Xiao Fan nodded. That's it. Compared with the top-tier battleships, the Dragon Empire currently has far fewer first-class battleships, with only 70 or 80 first-class battleships in total. 15 top-tier battleships and 70 or 80 first-class battleships are not matched. The Vulture Empire originally had 13 top-tier battleships, and there were about 130 first-class battleships. The ratio of top-tier battleships to first-class battleships is generally 1 to 10. Grandpa, is the situation in China okay? Xiao Fan asked. Without them coming over, some countries and forces are making trouble again. Xiao Hai smiled and said, very good, everything is normal. Many people in China have already learned the battle formation, so you don't have to worry too much about China. My dear grandson, continue to practice. Your cultivation is still quite stable, and you don't need to stop practicing and consolidating for the time being. Xiao Fan nodded. 10 days passed before he knew it. Xiao Fan's cultivation reached the middle stage of the Martial King, and his spatial ability reached the early stage of the Martial Emperor. His comprehensive combat power reached the perfect Martial Emperor. In the later period, the gap between each small realm became larger, and Xiao Fan's leapfrogging became less frequent, and it was no longer a large realm. When Xiao Fan's spatial ability reached the early stage of the Martial Emperor, his combat power was only at the level of the late Martial Emperor, and the level he could leapfrogging was even less. However, it was already very strong for a martial emperor to have the combat power of the late martial emperor at the early stage, and it was very powerful for a martial emperor to leapfrogging a small realm. Boss, second brother, fat man. When Xiao Fan's cultivation reached the middle stage of the martial king, he stopped practicing. He met Kong Su, Yi Fei, and Xin Shen. They were all different now. They all had the cultivation of the great martial sect, and they all absorbed the supernatural beads, and their supernatural realms were all at the martial king level. The strongest one was Yi Fei, whose combat power reached the perfect martial king. If he continued to improve, Yi Fei would have the strength of the martial emperor level. Looking at the entire Shenlong Empire, the martial emperors were very powerful. They could completely become Xiao Fan's right-hand men in the future. Your Highness. Kong Su and the others looked at each other and saluted at the same time. Is it that serious? Xiao Fan said unhappily. Kong Su said seriously, Your Highness, it is very serious. Now you are the crown prince of the Shenlong Empire, we can't be like before. As the crown prince, you must have the dignity of the crown prince, otherwise others may look down on you, which is not conducive to your control of the situation. Yi Fei and Xin Shan also nodded. Yi Fei said, Your Highness, you can still call us like that just now, we are very touched, but just now is the last time. Your Highness, just call us by our names in the future. Xin Shan said, Your Highness, if you still call us like that, others will probably report us if they hear us, and we may also be excluded. Xiao Fan's eyes swept over Kong Su and the others. Kong Su and the others looked at Xiao Fan seriously. Okay, it's up to you. Your strength has improved very quickly, faster than I expected before. Xiao Fan smiled. Yi Fei smiled and said, It's all the result of your Majesty's full cultivation, otherwise we would be lucky to have reached the level of Wuzong now. Compared to you, we are actually not strong enough. You have already reached the level of Wuwang, and we are only at the level of Great Wuzong. I don't know if I can help you in the future. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Yi Fei, you are almost at the level of Wuwang, don't underestimate yourself, your current strength is not weak. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 614 arrangements for Kong Su and the others. Xin Shan said, Your Highness, now that the news has been exposed, if we want to go back to China for a while, is it possible? Xiao Fan smiled and said, Of course, your family is still in China. But you can only go back one at a time. You can stay for a while when you go back. With your current strength, you can help if there is a crisis in China. Xin Shan laughed and said, Then we can also become famous. Kong Su asked, Your Highness, when will you and Su Yue get married? If the distance is close, we won't go back yet. Xiao Fan said, Before we get married, I will ascend the throne first, and the time of ascension may be after the Four-Nation Alliance signs an armistice agreement. Now the Four-Nation Alliance still has 700,000 troops on the border, and now is not a good time to hold the coronation ceremony. If he holds the coronation ceremony, many emperors from other countries will come. The war is not over yet, will they come? Yi Fei smiled and said, It should be soon. We are not in a hurry. Xiao Fan nodded, I heard from Grandpa that you have been practicing hard and have not been out for a walk, right? Let's go out for a walk, eat the midnight snacks of this world, and drink some wine. Kong Su's eyes lit up. Your Highness, your safety issue, Kong Su said, they have some concerns in this regard. Xiao Fan is no longer the same as before. If he has problems, it is no exaggeration to say that a world war is completely possible. Xiao Fan smiled and said, There will be many strong people protecting him in secret. Besides, we are not made of clay, so it's not a big problem. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the power and speed in the area of suppressed strength. Xiao Fan and his strength are not low. Yeah. Kong Su nodded. As night fell, Xiao Fan and his friends arrived outside the palace. The capital of the gods is very lively at night. Xiao Fan and his friends arrived at a tavern by the river, drinking wine and eating meat in the breeze, very leisurely. Come on, boss, second brother, fat man, let's go. It's been a long time since we drank together. Xiao Fan raised his glass and smiled. Kong Su and the others stared at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan said, We are outside now. We came here to hide our identities. You are right. Cheers. The four of them clinked their glasses and drank them all. Third brother, the world is changing so fast. We never thought that we could drink together in another world. Kong Su said in disbelief. Shinshen laughed and said, when we went to another world to drink, none of us was as bizarre as third brother. He actually wants to be the emperor. I don't even dare to dream about this. Yifei laughed and said, my ultimate goal before was to become a great master of the innate level. I didn't expect that now I have the strength close to the level of martial emperor. Xiaofan said, boss, second brother, Fatty, where do you want to develop in the future? Tell me. Kong Su said, third brother, we have already discussed it. If you need us, just throw us over there. Xiaofan shook his head, it depends on your own wishes. Kong Su said, third brother, if the Vulture Empire is defeated, will there be wars in the future? If so, I want to join the army. It would be great if I could lead troops to fight in the future. Xiaofan chuckled and said, there will definitely be. Even if our Dragon Empire is the best in the world, there will still be disobedient thorns. Besides, even if the Vulture Empire retreats, there will still be conflicts in the future. The Vulture Empire has not collapsed yet. Kong Su said happily, then I'm going to join the army. Army or navy? Xiaofan asked. Kong Su thought for a while and said, the army, third brother, can I join the Shura Corps? The Shura Corps is very strong. Of course. Xiaofan nodded. Xiaofan trusted the three of Kong Su. Even if Kong Su didn't mention it, Xiaofan would arrange them to the important places. Second brother, what about you? Xiaofan looked at Yifei and said. Yifei said, third brother, Xuan likes stability, so I'll stay in Chengdu. See what positions are available? Xiaofan thought for a while and said, there are guards in Chengdu. How about you join the guards? When your strength and qualifications are improved, you can become the commander of the guards in the future. Yifei nodded, sure, if someone in the guards wants to make trouble, I might be able to get the news. Xiaofan looked at Shinshen. Shinshen grinned and said, third brother, the eldest brother went to the army, and the second brother went to the Imperial Guard, so I'll go to the navy. The navy runs around, and I can meet girls from other countries and send them warmth. Kong Su said, fourth brother, don't do anything stupid. If the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. The army needs good military discipline. Big brother, I'm just talking. Shinshen smiled. Xiaofan smiled and said, then it's settled. The eldest brother goes to the army, the second brother goes to the Imperial Guard, and the fat man goes to the navy. You have to work hard. The army is a place that depends on strength. If your own strength is poor, I can't raise you to the top. Kong Su and the others nodded. Of course they knew this. If they didn't have the strength of the Emperor of Martial Arts, who would obey Xiaofan who forced them to a position like Shinjing Tian? Bang! At this moment, the sound of a wine pot hitting the ground was heard. Old thing, why is it so difficult to get your granddaughter to come and drink a few glasses of wine with us? Hurry and let her come. A rough voice sounded. Xiaofan and the others looked over. The place where they were standing was relatively high, with a good view. They could clearly see dozens of meters away from here. Sir, please let Yi go. Yi is only 14 years old, she is still a child. The speaker was an old man in his 50s or 60s, who knelt down and kowtowed. Old thing, I just asked her to come over to drink with us, and you are making excuses and thinking that I dare not deal with you? If she doesn't come over again, believe it or not, I will throw you into the river to feed the fish. The speaker was a man in his 30s, tall and arrogant, and many people around him did not dare to say a word. Xiaofan's face was gloomy. He stood up and walked over, and Kong Su and others hurriedly followed. Many dark guards around also took action, but they did not expose themselves. Your Excellency is too overbearing. Since they don't want to, why do you force it? Xiaofan said in a deep voice. Where did you come from, little brat, to dare to interfere in your Uncle Guo's business? The man stared at Xiaofan and others with a sharp look. He did not recognize Xiaofan. Xiao Fan did not change his appearance, but there were no photos or internet in the other world, so few people knew what Xiao Fan looked like. We really cared about it, so what? Kong Su said in a deep voice. The other party grinned and said, "You four little brats dare to meddle in other people's business, I will let you know the consequences of meddling in other people's business. Brothers, teach them a lesson." The man's tablemate stood up with his fists clenched. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 615, the Four-Nation Alliance splits. Shinshin said, "Big brother, second brother, you protect the third brother and don't do anything." "I'll do it." Shinshan rushed forward in an instant. He was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He quickly knocked down all the opponents. Shinshan's cultivation was at the level of a great martial master. Even if his cultivation was suppressed now, his strength was much stronger than that of ordinary people. "Little bastards, if you have the guts, leave your name. If I don't destroy your family, I won't be surnamed Gua," the leading man said sternly. Xiao Fan said coldly, "The Gua family is so great? I haven't heard of the Gua family. Tell me what your family does." Xiao Fan was annoyed when he encountered such a thing every time he came out. The leading man said sternly, "Then listen carefully. Our Gua family used to be aristocrats. My grandfather was a fifth-rank official. The fifth-rank official was already a high position. Nobles? Now it is the Shunlong Empire. Except for the royal family, there are no other nobles now," Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. The man sneered, "Although the nobles are gone, our Gua family's power and position are still there. Who are you, little brat? Don't think you dare to provoke us just because you have some strength. You are still a little naive." Xiao Fan's eyes flashed. The Shunlong Empire was soon faced with external threats after its establishment, and some internal forces had not yet been cleansed. Encountering such a thing once out of the way shows that such things are definitely not new in the Shunlong Empire. "Who am I?" Xiao Fan said coldly, "You will soon know who I am. Come here." Xiao Fan finished speaking, and soon more than 10 people emerged from different places. "See your highness." These people knelt on the ground and said in unison. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice, "Take them all down, and order the government to strictly investigate their family. Anyone who shields them will be careful of their heads." "Your highness, your highness?" Several people turned pale. Xiao Hai has no son, only a grandson, and the only person of the highness is Xiao Fan, who will be the emperor in the future. "Your highness, spare my life, your highness, spare my life." Several people begged desperately for mercy. Xiao Fan said coldly, "The nobles of the previous dynasty are very powerful, right? Their crimes are all investigated in detail. Those who deserve 1 year will be sentenced to 3 years, those who deserve 3 years will be sentenced to 10 years, those who deserve 10 years will lose their heads." Cold sweat quickly broke out on the foreheads of several people. Their faces became even uglier. Today's incident was not the first time. They had done such things many times before. According to the law, they would have been sentenced to more than 10 years. Originally, they would just go to jail. If their families gave more money, they might be released in 1 or 2 years. Now their heads are going to be moved. "Your Highness, you can't do this." "Your Highness, according to the laws of the Shunlong Empire, our crimes are not punishable by death," 2 of them said in horror. Xiao Fan said in a calm voice, "The imperial power of the Shunlong Empire is greater than the law. I want to punish you severely. Is there a problem?" Several people opened their mouths and were speechless. The imperial power of the Shunlong Empire is greater than the law. Xiao Fan is the crown prince. Not to mention that they have committed serious crimes, they can be sentenced to death even if they are innocent. What is this called? Thunder and rain are all the grace of the emperor. Take them away. Xiao Fan waved his hand. Several people were taken away immediately. "Thank you, your highness, thank you, your highness." Come and kowtow to your highness." The kneeling old man kowtowed excitedly. "Greetings, your highness." Knelt down, and the others around her also knelt down. Xiao Fan said, "No need to be polite. The country will crack down on such things in the future. If such things happen, you can report to the authorities. If officials do not take action, they will lose their jobs at best and their families will be exterminated at worst. The people around were basically ordinary people. When they heard what Xiao Fan said, many of them showed joy in their eyes. "Thank you, Your Highness." Everyone stood up. Xiao Fan asked, "Everyone, please continue to eat and drink." Xiao Fan and Kong Su paid the bill and left. The store didn't want to charge money, but how could Xiao Fan and the others not give this money? "Grandpa, we ran into something when we went out." Xiao Fan returned to the palace. He saw Xiao Hai. "What's the matter?" Xiao Fan told him what happened today. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice, "After the establishment of the Shenlong Empire, the lives of the people have been much better than before. But there are indeed many such things. Wait until the war is over, my dear grandson, you can handle this matter yourself. Grandpa is good at fighting, but he is not good at this kind of thing." Xiao Fan nodded. After the war, there were several crackdowns across the country. This kind of thing is often difficult to deal with, but for the Shenlong Empire, it will not be difficult to deal with this. The army is completely under control. And if the Vulture Empire and others are defeated, there is no need to worry about external forces causing trouble, and bandits and bullies and stir up trouble. "Grandpa, there is still no movement in the Four-Nation Alliance?" Xiao Fan asked. Xiao Hai smiled and said, "There is movement. The people of the Baiwei Empire and the OS Empire have secretly expressed their submission." "My dear grandson, what kind of conditions do you think we should offer them?" The OS Empire and the Baiwei Empire try to invade the Dragon Empire together with the Vulture Empire. If the punishment is too light, it will definitely not work. But if the punishment is too heavy, they may continue to fight against the Dragon Empire, which is not a good thing for them. Xiao Fan said, "Grandpa, the OS Empire has many bases in other countries, and these bases are given to our Dragon Empire free of charge. Their native Pro Island is leased to us for 1,000 years. In addition, there is compensation for spirit stones, supernatural beads, etc. As long as we don't let them change the emperor, we should be tougher, and they should agree to these conditions." Xiao Hai nodded slightly. "What about the Baiwei Empire?" Xiao Fan said, "Grandpa, the Baiwei Empire is on our border, and they have dispatched a total of 500,000 troops this time. We must be much more severe in dealing with them. Their coastline is quite long. We will cede 1/10 of their land, and all of this land is along the coast. The size of their country's military will be limited to no more than 100,000, and there will be compensation of spirit stones and special energy beads." Xiao Hai grinned and said, "My dear grandson, with the conditions you put forward, the Baiwei Empire will basically not be able to develop in the future. The richest areas of the Baiwei Empire are along the coast. If the coastal areas are ceded, their people will have to eat dirt in the future." Xiao Fan sneered, "If you dare to start a war, you must pay the price. If the Baiwei Empire disagrees, what awaits them is the destruction of their country." Xiao Hai smiled and said, "You need to slow down your recent promotion. Why don't you just come and talk to the people of the AO Empire and the Baiwei Empire? They all have princes coming." Xiao Fan nodded, "Okay, I also want to see the princes of this world." Xiao Hai said cheerfully, "No matter what you negotiate, it's up to you. Grandpa won't worry about this matter. Anyway, the Shenlong Empire will be yours in the future. Midline horizontal ellipsis. My grandpa is rebelling in another world, and I am invincible in the city." Chapter 616. This is a traitorous treaty. I don't know who will talk to us. I hope it's not that old fox Du Qingxuan. Du Qingxuan is the prime minister, and it's likely that he will come to talk, alas. Several people from the Baiwei Empire were whispering. One of these people was the second prince of the Baiwei Empire. The others were all experts in negotiation. If the war is lost, there will definitely be losses, and now we have to minimize the losses. The 700,000 troops of the Four-Nation Alliance are still at the border, and the Four-Nation Alliance has not disbanded, but the Baiwei Empire and the OS Empire do not want to continue. They know that the Shenlong Empire must have more top warships, and if the Tianluo army does not withdraw, they may die there. Here we come. Everyone cheer up. The second prince of the Baiwei Empire said in a deep voice. Xiao Fan and several people from the Shunlong Empire entered the hall. Seeing that it was Xiao Fan who was in the lead, the Baiwei Empire was surprised. Of course they knew who Xiao Fan was. Could it be that Xiao Fan was the leader of the negotiations? If so, the negotiations should be much easier. Your Highness Xiao, are you the one who presided over the peace talks? The second prince of the Baiwei Empire said in a deep voice. He was in his 40s or 50s, much older than Xiao Fan. That's right. But let me correct you. It's not a peace talk, but a signing of a surrender agreement. Xiao Fan said lightly, What's your name? Tell me your name. The second prince of the Baiwei Empire said in a deep voice, I am Ruan Hangyao, the second prince of the Baiwei Empire. Your Highness Xiao, we have not been defeated yet. We still have 700,000 troops in the border in the Four-Nation Alliance. Now we are here to negotiate for the peace between the two countries. Your Highness Xiao said this. Do you want to start a world war? Xiao Fan looked at the person next to him with surprise. Lord Yang, aren't they here to sign a surrender agreement? If not, what are we talking about? Let the army rush into the Baiwei Empire, massacre their royal family, and support a puppet emperor to rule the Baiwei Empire, isn't it? Lord Yang also said with some surprise, Your Highness, I also thought they were signing a surrender agreement. It seems that we misunderstood. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, forget it then. Make peace with the OSS Empire, and then destroy the Baiwei Empire. The Four-Nation Alliance must destroy a country to be appropriate. Several people from the Baiwei Empire were frightened. Xiao. Your Highness Xiao, we are signing a surrender agreement. Ruan Hangyao said bitterly. Xiao Fan looked at Ruan Hangyao with a half-smile. Ruan Hangyao, you have changed very quickly. I thought you would be a little tougher. Ruan Hangyao. Xiao Fan always wants to destroy the country, which is too scary. Take away their chairs. What chairs do the defeated countries need to sit on when signing the surrender ceremony? Xiao Fan said in a calm voice. As he said this, he sat down on the main seat, and the guards next to him quickly took away all the chairs of Ruan Hangyao and others. Ruan Hangyao and others secretly complained. Du Qingxuan talked to them, and at least they could sit. Originally thought that Xiao Fan was young and easy to bully, now it seems that I am afraid I thought too much. Lord Yan, give them the things. Xiao Fan said in a calm voice. Lord Yan gave Ruan Hangyao and others a stack of written papers. These were the various conditions that Xiao Fan and others decided after discussing. There were a total of 50 or 60 items. There were many things such as ceding land and paying compensation, and the Baiwei Empire had to pay tribute every year. Your Highness Xiao, this is impossible. We will never sign such a traitorous treaty. Ruan Hangyao said angrily after reading it. The other ambassadors of the Baiwei Empire were also very angry. Xiao Fan said calmly, if you don't sign, the country will be destroyed. The royal family and the nobles will all be killed. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it. If you exceed the time limit, you can leave and wait for your property to be confiscated and your clan to be exterminated. Ruan Hangyao and the others looked at Xiao Fan angrily. Your Highness Xiao, aren't you being too overbearing? An envoy of the Baiwei Empire said. Xiao Fan sneered, overbearing? You formed a coalition to attack our Shunlong Empire, and finally said that our Shunlong Empire was overbearing? Besides, if we don't act overbearingly, will we be worthy of the soldiers who died in the war? Ruan Hangyao gritted his teeth and said, Your Highness Xiao, our Baiwei Empire has a population of tens of millions after all, and we are not easy to mess with. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. I see, you seem to want to choose war. In fact, I also want to choose this. A war of annihilation can bring me prestige. Xiao Fan smiled. An envoy of the Baiwei Empire hurriedly said, Your Highness Xiao, wait a moment. Can some of the terms be changed? For example, ceding land along the coast, can you leave us some coastal territory? Xiao Fan said in a calm voice, not a single word written on it can be changed. If you accept it, accept it. If you don't accept it, go back and wait for death. I'm putting it here. If you form an alliance of 4 countries, I will definitely destroy one country. Let's see who will be unlucky then. Ruan Hangyao and the others were shocked. Lord Yang coughed lightly and said, Your Highness, the Crown Prince is also a king, and a king should not joke. Such words cannot be said casually. Xiaofan said, Lord Yang, I am not kidding. One of the 4 countries must be destroyed. It is best to destroy the Baiwei Empire. It is convenient because it is close. Ruan Hangyao and the others looked at each other. Xiaofan said this, so he was afraid that it would not be false. They had to make a decision. Your Highness Xiao. Let's sign. Soon there was only a little time left, and Ruan Hangyao said in a trembling voice. If this treaty was signed, he estimated that he would be called a traitor, but what else could he do? At least the Baiwei Empire could still exist. Alas! Xiaofan sighed, and he looked regretful. Ruan Hangyao and the others were a little relieved. I am afraid that Xiaofan really hopes that they will refuse and then destroy the country. Lord Yang, give them the formal letter of surrender. Xiaofan said in a calm voice. Lord Yang nodded, and he took out the letter of surrender that he had prepared long ago, and all the treaties were clearly written on it. Ruan Hangyao and the others looked at each other. This is all ready. Xiaofan and his team had no intention of changing it. Shua shua. Soon Ruan Hangyao and his team signed their names and stamped their fingerprints on the surrender letter. Their expressions became dejected, and they didn't expect it to end like this. At the beginning of the 5-nation coalition action, they were still thinking about cutting off the territory of the Shunlong Empire. Okay, you can go now. You must announce this treaty before noon tomorrow. Xiaofan said in a calm voice. The envoys of the Baiwei Empire left in silence. Not long after, Xiaofan and his team arrived at another hall, where the envoys of the OS Empire were. Before talking, take a look at this first. Xiaofan said in a calm voice. He showed the envoys of the OS Empire the treaty signed with the Baiwei Empire. How is this possible? This is a traitorous treaty. The envoys of the OS Empire were extremely shocked. Xiaofan said, You don't have to doubt its authenticity, but don't worry, the surrender treaty prepared for you is much more relaxed. Lord Yang took out the prepared treaty. After reading it, the people of the OS Empire looked extremely gloomy. This treaty was indeed more relaxed, but not much more relaxed. The OS Empire has many bases around the world. The first one is to transfer all these bases to the Dragon Empire for free. This alone is difficult for them to accept. The rest, such as renting islands for 1,000 years, is no different from ceding them. They also find it difficult to accept. Midline horizontal ellipsis. My grandpa is rebelling in another world, and I am invincible in the city. Chapter 617, Vulture Empire is dumbfounded. Your Highness Xiao, we can't sign such a traitorous treaty. The third prince of the OS Empire said sternly. 2 princes from the OS Empire came over, the third prince and the fourth prince. Xiaofan chuckled and said, I gave the Baiwei Empire 5 minutes, and now I give you 5 minutes. If you don't sign, then I will destroy the country. The king is serious, I mean what I say. Xiaofan said, taking out his mobile phone and setting a 5-minute countdown. Lord Yang said in a calm voice, Think clearly, the Baiwei Empire has withdrawn, and you will die if you continue. Xiaofan looked at Lord Yang. Lord Yang, there is no need to waste words with them. I told the people of the Baiwei Empire that one of the 4 countries must be destroyed. It is difficult to destroy the Vulture Empire, and there is no challenge to destroy the Red Maple Empire. The Baiwei Empire is scared, and destroying the OS Empire is the best choice. Xiaofan said in a calm voice. Lord Yang smiled and said, Your Highness, the OS Empire was an old empire after all, with more wealth, and it is indeed best to destroy them. Yeah. Xiaofan nodded. The faces of several people in the OS Empire were extremely ugly. Your Highness Xiao, you can't do this. This is not a negotiating attitude. We have to modify some of the clauses. The third prince of the OS Empire said. Xiaofan said calmly, These clauses, no word can be changed. You only have two choices: agree or die. Xiao Fan, you are too domineering and barbaric. The fourth prince of the OS Empire said angrily. Xiao Fan smiled and said, domineering? There are even more domineering ones. I don't like your attitude. I will add one more thing. You must be demoted to a civilian and you will never be allowed to return to the royal family. You, the fourth prince of the OS Empire's face changed wildly. 5 minutes is very short, and soon the time is coming to an end. The third prince of the OS Empire and his men all had sweat on their foreheads. The pressure they were under was too great. If they don't sign, the king is not kidding. Xiao Fan said that the Shenlong Empire will really destroy their country. How can they resist? Although the OS Empire is an old empire, it has only 2 top warships in total, and the army is also weak. Only by relying on the Vulture Empire can the OS Empire show off its power, but now the Vulture Empire can no longer defeat the Dragon Empire. For its own sake, the Vulture Empire is likely to sell out their OS Empire and let the Dragon Empire destroy their OS Empire. Your Highness Xiao, let's sign. With only a few seconds left, the third prince of the OS Empire said. Xiao Fan and the others had no intention of changing their attitude. Under tremendous pressure, they could only choose to compromise. It's boring. Lord Yang, the negotiation is just like that. Xiao Fan shook his head and said. Your Highness, you are awesome. Lord Yang smiled. Even if Du Qingxuan negotiated, it would not have such an effect. After all, Du Qingxuan is a minister and cannot make decisions on many things. Xiao Fan is the prince, and he will soon become the emperor. The effect of him saying to destroy the country is completely different from that of Du Qingxuan saying to destroy the country. It seems that we can only destroy the Red Maple Empire. If they don't take the initiative to find it, it's their bad luck. Xiao Fan said in a calm voice. Soon, the people of the OS Empire signed the letter of surrender. The letter of surrender was in duplicate, and both parties would make it public next. These 2 surrendered countries have a good bookmark. The strength of the Dragon Empire has been greatly improved, and the influence of the Dragon Empire in the world has been greatly improved. The AO Empire has many bases in the world. If these bases are transferred to the Dragon Empire, the influence of the Dragon Empire will radiate to the world. If the Vulture Empire knew about this, I'm afraid it would be so angry that it would vomit blood. They actually betrayed them in secret. Tianluo Kingdom, Baiyue Empire has strong men coming. General Ruan, we have signed a letter of surrender with the Shenlong Empire. Our troops in Tianluo will withdraw immediately. The strong man from the Baiyue Empire said. What is the treaty like? General Ruan asked. The strong man who came over was a little hesitant. But he still showed General Ruan a copy of the treaty. This after reading the treaty, General Ruan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. General Ruan, the person who presided over the negotiations on the Shenlong Empire side is Xiao Fan. He is extremely tough. If we change a word, he will destroy the country. We really have no choice. The strong man who came over said bitterly. General Ruan was silent for a long time. He smiled bitterly and said, the war has been fought like this. We can only be slaughtered by others. At least the country is still there, alas. General Ruan, you should withdraw our people as soon as possible. Yes. Soon General Ruan told Governor Nicholas that their people from the Baiyue Empire would withdraw from Tianluo. General Ruan, why? The negotiations have not yet started. Governor Nicholas soon came to General Ruan. General Ruan said in a deep voice, Governor Nicholas, you and I both know that we can never defeat the Dragon Empire. The Dragon Empire should have built at least 2 top warships recently. The Dragon Empire already has 15 top warships. There is no point in continuing. Our Baiyue Empire has signed a peace treaty with the Dragon Empire. Nicholas said sternly, you actually signed a peace treaty with the Dragon Empire without telling our Vulture Empire. You are so bold. General Ruan said calmly, not only us, but also the OS Empire. You should get the news soon. Nicholas said coldly, It won't be long before our Vulture Empire fleet will pay a friendly visit to your coastal areas. General Ruan shook his head. I'm afraid you can't visit. All our coastal territories have been ceded to the Dragon Empire. We are already a landlocked country. Nicholas. Governor Nicholas, I hope our Vulture Empire will not embarrass us in the future, otherwise we may completely turn to the Dragon Empire. General Ruan said in a deep voice. Nicholas's face was gloomy. The strength has been reduced. Even the people of the Baiwei Empire dared to talk to him like this. It's really unreasonable. Governor Nicholas, if you have nothing else to do, we have to go. I wish you victory for the Vulture Empire. General Ruan said. Governor Nicholas left with a dark face. The peace treaty between the two countries has been signed. It is meaningless for him to stay here to persuade. The army of the Baiwei Empire will definitely withdraw. In less than half an hour, the 200,000 troops of the Baiwei Empire began to withdraw, and the 700,000 troops were reduced to only 500,000. And there were 200,000 or 300,000 vassal troops among them. In less than half a day, the 100,000 troops of the OS Empire also withdrew, and the army was only 400,000, and the vassal army accounted for 60%. This is very embarrassing. When they were numerous, the vassal army was very obedient. Now, it is not easy for them to control 200,000 or 300,000 vassal troops. Retreat! Nicholas gave the order. The remaining 400,000 people began to retreat. 3 days later, they retreated to the seaside. There were more warships of the Vulture Empire on the seaside, and they felt much more at ease. Left Prime Minister. Nicholas met the Left Prime Minister of the Vulture Empire. The Left Prime Minister of the Vulture Empire was here before, and he went back recently. Governor Nicholas, we have to consider making peace with the Dragon Empire. His Majesty has asked us to preside over the negotiations with the Dragon Empire. The Left Prime Minister sighed. Nicholas nodded slightly. Midline horizontal ellipsis. My grandpa is rebelling in another world, and I am invincible in the city. Chapter 618, Vulture Empire retreats. Left Prime Minister, Xiao Hai asked Xiao Fan to preside over the negotiations. We can't underestimate him just because he is young. Xiao Fan is not that easy to deal with. Nicholas said in a deep voice. Left Prime Minister Eugenie said, both the Baiwei Empire and the OS Empire have ceded a lot of interests. It would be strange if Xiao Fan could be dealt with easily. But we are much stronger than them. We should show our proper attitude and not spoil the Dragon Empire too much. Nicholas nodded. Although the Dragon Empire has more top warships, at this stage, the navy of their Vulture Empire is still a little stronger. The top warships of the Dragon Empire are very strong, the first-class warships are average, and the second and third-rate warships are much less than their Vulture Empire. Left Prime Minister, should we negotiate immediately or wait a little longer? Nicholas asked. Eugenie said in a deep voice, hurry up and negotiate. If the time is too long, there may be changes that are unfavorable to us. Nicholas nodded. They quickly sent envoys to communicate with the Dragon Empire and negotiate peace with the Dragon Empire to end this war. But the envoys of the Vulture Empire did not even enter the gate of the God Capital when they arrived at the God Capital. Left Prime Minister, what does the Dragon Empire mean? They talked to the Aoshi Empire and the Baiwei Empire, but not to us. Nicholas said angrily when the envoy returned. Eugenies frowned. This situation was not good for them. In the past, the Four-Nation Alliance had at least 700,000 troops, plus warships, so the Dragon Empire did not dare to act rashly. Now that the Baiwei Empire and the Aoshi Empire have withdrawn, they only have 400,000 left, and 60% of them are recruited vassal troops. Report! A deputy general entered the barracks. Speak! Nicholas said in a deep voice. Governor, the Dragon Empire's army has taken action. 300,000 troops have crossed the border, and they are accompanied by 7 top warships. The deputy general said. Nicholas and the Left Prime Minister took a breath. Does the Dragon Empire want to keep them here? Although the Dragon Empire only dispatched 300,000 troops, these 400,000 people are definitely not opponents. What is the ratio of their cavalry to infantry? Eugene asked. Left Prime Minister, they didn't send out infantry this time. All the soldiers are Shura cavalry, and they are marching very fast. The Deputy General replied. Eugenius and Nicholas looked at each other, and they saw the horror in each other's eyes. 300,000 Shura cavalry? Conservatively estimated that 300,000 Shura cavalry can deal with 1.5 million infantry, and this is if the Shenlong Empire does not use firearms. There are many vassal troops among their 400,000 people, and their combat effectiveness is not as good as that of ordinary legions. Even if they have 2 million, they can't beat them. You go down first, Nicholas said in a deep voice. The Deputy General withdrew, and Nicholas said, Left Prime Minister, with the marching speed of the Shura Corps, they may arrive in the middle of the night. The land area of Tianluo Kingdom is not large, and the distance between each other is not far. If the Shura Corps can really arrive in the middle of the night by rushing, even if it slows down a bit, it will definitely be no problem to arrive the next morning. They are trying to drive us away. Yukon said in a deep voice, How many people can our warships evacuate in total? Nicholas said, We have a total of more than 100,000 people. Our fleet can evacuate these 100,000 people without any problem. But it is impossible for more than 200,000 vassal troops to withdraw. Yukon said in a deep voice, People from the Dragon Empire are coming, they are very likely to launch an attack, we have to withdraw our people. Left Prime Minister, those vassal troops, we promised before that anyone who joins our vassal army can live in our Vulture Empire after the war. Nicholas said hesitantly. Eugenie said in a deep voice, How can we care about them at this time? Let them go back to where they came from. Tianluo Kingdom is their country. Nicholas said, Left Prime Minister, this will reduce our credibility a lot, and other countries may not believe us in the future. Eugene frowned and said, Then do you have a better choice? Nicholas was speechless. Their warships can't accommodate so many people. This is an objective fact. Even if they squeeze, it is difficult to squeeze in 400,000 people. Nicholas, we have no choice. You don't want our soldiers to leave their lives here. Left Prime Minister said in a deep voice. Nicholas nodded helplessly. He quickly issued an order to let more than 200,000 vassal soldiers leave, and at the same time let the warriors of their Vulture Empire start boarding the ship. What's going on? Why are you asking us to leave? We clearly agreed before that we would help fight, and no matter we win or lose, we would be allowed to go to the Vulture Empire. No, this is unfair. What will we do if they leave? The people of the Dragon Empire will never let us go. Many soldiers were clamoring in the vassal army's barracks. Tianluo Kingdom is not the Blood Cherry Empire. When the Blood Cherry Empire was recruiting soldiers, the Blood Cherry Empire itself was at war. They were forcibly recruited soldiers in the Blood Cherry Empire. In Tianluo Kingdom, the Four-Nation Alliance was mainly based on temptation. Most of the Tianluo people who participated wanted to go to the Vulture Empire. In their opinion, this was a rare opportunity. Now that their dreams were shattered, they were very angry. The people of the Vulture Empire actually wanted to abandon them and run away. Brothers, we must not let the people of the Vulture Empire leave like this. If they leave, the Dragon Empire will settle accounts, and we will be dead. Many people with higher status in the vassal army also stood up, and many vassal soldiers walked out of the barracks and rushed to the dock. Attention all Tianluo soldiers, if you attack the dock, you will be attacked. I repeat, if you attack the dock, you will be attacked by our Vulture Empire, you'd better turn around and leave. A Vulture Empire strongman flying in the sky said. I want to board the ship. There are so many warships, I can squeeze on. That's right, your soldiers are people, aren't we people? That is to say, we can survive by squeezing on the ship for 10 days. If you leave us here, we will definitely die. Many people in the vassal army shouted. Some of these people are the navies secretly arranged by the Dragon Empire. Normally, the navy's pace is not very effective, but at times like this, the effect of the navy's pace is extremely good. The fear of death shrouded the hearts of the vassal army. If they were in the ancient earth, they would have dispersed in a hurry, and the possibility of being found and investigated later would be low, but this is in another world. A powerful person's spiritual sense can clearly see which of them participated in the battle, and it is definitely not difficult to find them afterwards. At this time, if they don't withdraw with the Vulture Empire, more than 90% of them may die. Swish! 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 At this time, many strong men from the Dragon Empire flew over from a distance. Attention, all the strong men from the Dragon Empire, remember the faces of every Tianluo citizen who participated in the battle, and kill the strong ones directly. A strong man from the Dragon Empire spoke. His voice was heard from afar. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 619. The offensive and defensive situations have changed. Let me get on board. Pull us together and take us all away. We are participating in the war. Don't think of abandoning us. Hearing the words of the strong men of the Dragon Empire, the vassal army of the Tianluo kingdom became even more excited. They shouted and rushed forward. The strong men of the Dragon Empire said that they knew very well that the Dragon Empire would settle accounts with them later. If they didn't leave, they would definitely have no way to survive. Left Prime Minister, what should we do? Nicholas said in a deep voice. They were now on a top warship. Standing high and looking far, they could see countless people rushing to the dock area, where there were a large number of Vulture Empire soldiers. It would not be so fast for hundreds of thousands of people to board the ship. The Vulture Empire has many warships here, but there are only so many berths at the dock. The warships must dock in batches. Left Prime Minister frowned. If the strong men of the Dragon Empire did not come, their strong men could help their people board the ship. Even if they didn't dock. It's not a good idea to do this now. Transferring many people to the ship will consume a lot of their strength. What should they do if the strong men of the Dragon Empire attack? Now only the Vulture Empire and the Red Maple Empire are left. Their strength is already a little behind in terms of top power. If they consume more strength, they will lose a lot of power here. Shoot arrows, shoot anyone who comes close. Zhuo Xiang said in a deep voice. I would rather die than die. At this time, Yukins was too lazy to care about the deaths of those people from the Tianluo kingdom. He must use killing to intimidate them. Zhuo Xiang, but no buts, let them continue to approach, our people will not be able to leave, and it will be inconvenient for us to take action then. Yukins said sternly. Nicholas took a deep breath and said loudly, all Vulture Empire soldiers, pay attention, shoot anyone who continues to approach. They are likely to be secretly bewitched by the Dragon Empire. Hearing Nicholas's order, many Vulture Empire archers immediately prepared, and their equipment was much better. The Tianluo kingdom's vassal army had very few bows and arrows. Shoot! The Tianluo kingdom's vassal army continued to approach, and soon dense arrows flew towards them, and many people were shot and fell in a short time. Attention all Tianluo people, if you continue to move forward, you will be shot. If you leave, you will have a great chance of survival. Nicholas said sternly. Fight back, fight back. These damned bastards have used us, and now they want to kill us. Kill them. Many people from Tianluo roared angrily. Many sharp arrows from their side also flew towards the area where the soldiers of the Vulture Empire gathered. However, all their arrows were blocked by the barrier released by the top warships. If a strong man tried to block a large number of arrows, he would be killed by the heavenly Tao. The barrier of the top warships had no problem blocking those arrows. Swish! 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 On the Vulture Empire side, rounds of arrows were continuously shot out. Before long, the death of the vassal army exceeded 10,000. The bloody slaughter stopped many people from Tianluo. Run, run quickly! Damn the Vulture Empire people! Many people from Tianluo began to flee. They led many others to flee. Want to escape? A strong man from the Dragon Empire sneered. Many strong men from the Dragon Empire flew through the sky, dropping bombs one after another, many of which were cluster bombs. Boom! Boom! The bombs continued to explode, each killing many people. The speed at which these bombs killed people was much faster than that of bows and arrows. Now that the soldiers of Tianluo Kingdom are concentrated, a cluster bomb may kill thousands of people. Help! Ah! The servants of Tianluo Kingdom wailed and screamed. But who will save them? More than half of the vassal soldiers died in just 2 minutes under the bombardment of many bombs. Stop the bombing! A strong man from the Shunlong Empire spoke. All the servants of Tianluo Kingdom, please pay attention. If you continue to escape, you will continue to be bombed and it will be difficult for you to escape. Even if you escape, you will die. More than half of you have died, and there are only 100,000 left. The warships of the Vulture Empire can accommodate you. The majestic voice of a general of the Shunlong Empire sounded. The vassal soldiers of Tianluo Kingdom went to the dock area again. Compared with bows and arrows, the bombs of the Shunlong Empire are much more terrible. If they continue to rush out, they may be killed. Left Prime Minister, what should we do? If we squeeze, our warships can barely accommodate them, but with so many of them on board, it is easy to cause chaos. Nicholas said. Eugene frowned. If there were only 100,000 people at the beginning, it would be fine. They had already shot and killed tens of thousands of people. But they could squeeze in and fit in. They had no reason to continue to refuse. Otherwise, how would people from other countries look at them in the future? Before, they could still say that the vassal soldiers could live if they left. Now they continue to drive the vassal soldiers away, and they would die. Since they can barely fit in, let them put down their weapons and board the ship. Zhuoxiang took a deep breath and said, Yes. Nicholas quickly issued an order. A large number of soldiers from the Vulture Empire and the vassal soldiers continued to board the ship, and all the weapons of the vassal soldiers had to be handed over. After a few hours, more than 200,000 people were all on board. Although the Vulture Empire had many warships here, each warship was packed with people, and it was difficult to lie down. It takes more than 10 days to travel from Tianluo Kingdom to the Vulture Empire. It is conceivable that there will be a lot of friction when so many soldiers are squeezed together. When these people arrive in the Vulture Empire, they will definitely be a trouble for the Vulture Empire. General Shen, their fleet is very average. We can use the speed advantage to send more soldiers over first. A general of the Dragon Empire smiled. The 80 warships of the Dragon Empire that were originally in the Vulture Empire are now back, and there are now 45,000 soldiers in Heiyao City. Yes. Shen Jingtian nodded. The Dragon Empire now has 15 top warships and hundreds of first-class warships. It is no problem to send 60,000 to 70,000 soldiers over. By then, the Shura Corps will have 100,000 soldiers on the Vulture Empire side. Even if the soldiers of the Shura Corps do nothing, they will bring great pressure to the entire Vulture Empire. Under this pressure, public anger will continue to grow. If the Vulture Empire wants to end the war as soon as possible, it must compromise in the negotiations and sign a treaty that is beneficial to the Dragon Empire. The people will also be dissatisfied. A large number of people are dissatisfied, which will provide opportunities for those who want to rebel. The Vulture Empire is too strong and there are many strong people. Forcibly defeating such an empire will have great sequelae and can only cause its internal collapse. This is what the United States did back then. Board the ships. The news from Tianluo Kingdom quickly spread to a port in the Shunlong Empire. Many warships were docked here. The order was passed down, and a large number of Shura Corps soldiers quickly boarded the ships. Departure. In less than 2 hours, the Shunlong Empire's fleet set off in a mighty manner. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 620, the big-headed Emperor Morgan swoosh. A strong man from the Vulture Empire arrived at the warship where the Left Prime Minister Yukins was. Left Prime Minister, Governor Nicholas. The returning strong man saluted. Nicholas frowned. Call me General Nicholas, there is no Governor Nicholas now. Yes, General Nicholas. Left Prime Minister Yukins said, do you have any information about the Dragon Empire? Yes, left Prime Minister. The Dragon Empire fleet has set sail, carrying 60,000 to 70,000 people to sail east. Their speed is much faster than ours. The returning strong man said worriedly. Yukins frowned and said, if the destination is Black Jade City, how much earlier do you expect them to arrive than us? Left Prime Minister, at their speed, they should be 2 days earlier than us. Nicholas said in a deep voice, there are many second and third-rate warships in our fleet, which drag down our overall speed. On Earth, small boats may run faster. But this is not the case in this world. The larger the ship, the more powerful the formation can be arranged, and the faster it sails. General Nicholas, what if we act separately? Left Prime Minister Yukins asked. Nicholas shook his head. Left Prime Minister, we can't do this. We have 7 top warships and 100 first-class warships. The Dragon Empire has 15 top warships and 90 first-class warships. If we separate them, we may not be able to defeat the Dragon Empire. Besides, the Dragon Empire is entirely possible to attack our second and third-rate warships. Their attack range is not as good as the Dragon Empire's warships. Nicholas's words also glorified themselves. What do you mean by not being able to defeat the Dragon Empire? As long as they are separated, they will definitely not be able to win. General Nicholas, is it possible for them to come and attack us? We are not as fast as them, and the second and third-rate warships have a shorter attack range. In other words, if they get close, as long as they keep their distance, they will have a firepower advantage against us. Left Prime Minister Yukins frowned. General Nicholas sighed helplessly. Left Prime Minister, although I don't want to admit it, there is indeed such a risk. But we have a lot of top warships and first-class warships, so the risk is not very big, and they will also suffer great losses. Yukins was silent, and he felt deeply helpless. Is there any way? The Vulture Empire Navy is being surpassed by the Dragon Empire. This is the reality. The gap between the two countries will become even bigger in the future. Unless they find a way to transmit on a large scale. Has the news been sent to the country? Eugenius asked the strong man who came back to report after a long time. Left Prime Minister, there are others who are sending news to the country. Yes. Eugenius nodded slightly. 7 or 8 hours later, the Vulture Empire's imperial city. Your Majesty, the Dark Eagle has returned. A eunuch said respectfully in front of Emperor Morgan. Announce. Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice. The Dark Eagle is the Vulture Empire's strong man responsible for collecting information. See Your Majesty. Soon a martial emperor-level strong man came to Emperor Morgan. Your Majesty, the Dragon Empire fleet went out and brought 60,000 to 70,000 people to our Vulture Empire, led by Leon Rome. Emperor Morgan's face sank. The Shura Legion in Heiyao City now has 45,000 people. With 60,000 to 70,000 people coming, are they planning to send another 55,000? By then, 100,000 people can be made up. How many warships did they dispatch? Emperor Morgan asked. Your Majesty, they have dispatched 15 top-notch warships and 100 first-rate warships. The entire navy should be out in full force. Emperor Morgan waved his hand, and the strong man in front of him took his leave. A quarter of an hour later, several important ministers came to Emperor Morgan. They got the news. Damn it, the Dragon Empire doesn't take our Vulture Empire seriously. Is it trying to take the initiative to attack our Vulture Empire? Several ministers were very angry. The Dragon Empire occupied the Black Jade City before, and in their opinion, this should be short-term. Now the Dragon Empire is going to take long-term action? Your Majesty, our navy is still stronger than theirs now. Should we directly let the navy attack their coastal cities? A minister suggested. Emperor Morgan frowned and said, then what? Then the minister who spoke hesitated, and he didn't know what to do next. The Four-Nation Alliance has been disbanded, and the Yao's Empire and the Baiwei Empire have suffered heavy losses. The White Elephant Empire in front has also suffered heavy losses. It is impossible for them to gather a coalition to attack the Divine Empire now. Even if some coastal cities of the Dragon Empire are destroyed, most of the cities of the Dragon Empire will be fine, and they dare not enter the interior. As long as they do this, the Dragon Empire will bomb their cities one by one, and their losses will be more than 10 times greater. If they suffered such a loss, Emperor Morgan estimated that their Vulture Empire would collapse, and each of the vassal states would become independent. You are important ministers of the empire, not ignorant angry young people. Don't make such brainless suggestions in the future. Do you understand? Emperor Morgan said angrily. Yes, Your Majesty. Several ministers said in unison. Your Majesty, the Dragon Empire's move should be to put pressure on us. They should not be willing to go to war with us. They can't afford the consequences. A relatively silent minister bowed and said. Continue. Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, our Vulture Empire has been the world hegemon for so long. If they want to completely defeat us, they will have to pay a heavy price. Xiao Hai is already preparing to pass the throne to Xiao Fan. He certainly doesn't want to pass on a shabby dragon empire to Xiao Fan. The minister analyzed. Morgan nodded slightly. That makes sense. How should we deal with it? They are likely to occupy more of our cities. Your Majesty, our problem is not external but internal. As long as there is no problem internally, we will be invincible. Our Vulture Empire is a superpower. Morgan's eyes flashed. The Dragon Empire is putting pressure on us to make our people angry and to make us collapse. Yes, Your Majesty. Our Vulture Empire has been established for so many years, and many contradictions have accumulated internally. These contradictions could have been covered up in the past. Now many contradictions may be triggered. Morgan pondered. This possibility is very high. Your Majesty, now we have to stabilize the major princes. Your Majesty, extraordinary measures are taken in extraordinary times. Should we consider hostages? Let some powerful princes send hostages. Your Majesty, I think we have to strengthen the monitoring of the major princes. Everyone spoke up. Morgan frowned. He was in a dilemma. If he didn't take some measures against the princes, they might raise the flag of rebellion in a minute. If he took some measures, it might anger them. Your Majesty, we still have to pay attention to the mood of the people. It won't be long before the news spreads throughout our Vulture Empire. The minister who analyzed it said. Emperor Morgan was in a state of panic. He was very powerful, but his political wisdom was average. He didn't need to have any political wisdom in the past. After all, the Vulture Empire was invincible in the world at that time. If there was anything, they just sent a fleet there. If one fleet is not enough, they can send two. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 621 The chaotic Vulture Empire. Have you heard? The fleet of the Dragon Empire is on the way now. Of course I heard. There are 15 top warships and hundreds of first-class warships, with a total of 60,000 to 70,000 soldiers of the Dragon Empire. We have to move quickly, otherwise our side will be occupied. The news of the Dragon Empire's fleet coming quickly spread in the Vulture Empire. Especially on the west coast of the Vulture Empire, it was widely spread. The outside world knew something about the situation in Black Jade City. Hundreds of thousands of men in Black Jade City entered the mines to mine, and it was unknown how many people died. The rest of the people in Black Jade City were hungry and full. Even those who had good living conditions before, were still hungry now. All the food in the house was collected. If the army of the Dragon Empire came, they might have the same result. There were even rumors that the Dragon Empire planned to massacre the city. This greatly increased the panic of many people. The Dragon Empire massacred the Blood Cherry Empire before. It was entirely possible that the Dragon Empire would massacre the city on their side in the war provoked by the Vulture Empire. Everyone has run away. How can I do business? I just opened a shop, and I have already paid for a year. Many people wanted to cry but had no tears. Especially many businessmen. They invested a lot of money, but now not only are there no customers, but the shop assistants have all run away. It is meaningless for them to stick to it. Bang! Bang! As many people left and the panic intensified, looting and smashing soon appeared. A large number of shops and families were robbed. Even many houses were burned. The fleet of the Dragon Empire was still far away from the Vulture Empire. Many cities on the entire west coast of the Vulture Empire became very chaotic. The large number of people leaving the west also made other places chaotic. In this situation, there is no doubt that public resentment was aroused. Why did Your Majesty provoke a war with the Dragon Empire? We were living well, but we insisted on provoking the Dragon Empire. Now the Dragon Empire is here. We should hurry up to negotiate peace with the Dragon Empire. Various remarks spread in the Vulture Empire. Many people in the Vulture Empire used to support the war because the Vulture Empire was invincible, but now they are afraid. When their own interests were damaged, their attitude towards war changed drastically. I think our Dessa Kingdom should leave the Vulture Empire. I think so too. If there is no benefit in staying in the Vulture Empire, why should we stay in the Vulture Empire? We don't want war, we want peace. The Vulture Empire is composed of many vassal states. Some vassal states have previously demanded independence because of some things. But in the past, the demand for independence was just a small number of people marching and parading. Now the voices supporting independence are getting louder and louder. And this call quickly spread to the other vassal states. Many people in the other vassal states also made trouble. In their view, if they break away from the Vulture Empire, they can get rid of the war and live a stable life in the future. Left Prime Minister, Right Prime Minister, what do you think we should do now? Emperor Morgan said with a gloomy face. The left and right Prime Ministers of the Vulture Empire are now back. With the current situation in the country, they need to come back to help stabilize the situation. Eugenics and the others were silent. This situation was indeed beyond their expectations. The Vulture Empire looked pretty good before, but they didn't expect that the people would react like this when the disaster came. Speak. Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice. Eugenics smiled bitterly and said, Your Highness, the public's reaction is somewhat unexpected. It is very likely that someone from the Dragon Empire is secretly inciting them. Some people even want to rebel. Now we may have to speed up the negotiations with the Dragon Empire. Otherwise the empire is at risk of internal collapse. The right Prime Minister nodded slightly in agreement. Emperor Morgan said with a gloomy face, It's not that we don't want to negotiate now, it's the Dragon Empire that doesn't want to negotiate now. They want to make us collapse by constantly putting pressure on us. How to solve the current situation? We can't collapse internally. As long as the empire collapses, their royal family will definitely be liquidated. The right Prime Minister said, Your Majesty, the current situation is somewhat out of control, and strong measures must be taken, and military suppression may be required. If you succeed, this disaster will be over. If you fail, Emperor Morgan frowned. Needless to say, if they fail, the situation of the Vulture Empire will be even worse, and the speed of the empire's collapse may exceed their imagination. Emperor Morgan thought of the Sioux Kingdom on Earth. The Sioux Kingdom was so powerful back then, but it ended up splitting internally. In a short period of time, the extremely powerful Sioux Kingdom was divided into more than a dozen countries. Their Vulture Empire is composed of more vassal states. If it splits, it may split into more countries. Is there no other way? Emperor Morgan took a deep breath and said, Military suppression. He didn't want to choose this option unless it was absolutely necessary. Your Majesty, some people must be suppressed to serve as a warning to others. Otherwise, more people will inevitably support the secession of the country. At that time, even if we want to suppress them, we will not be able to do so. The right Prime Minister said in a deep voice. Then let it be. Emperor Morgan said in a deep voice. Decree that people from all regions must return to their residences and must not migrate at will. Those who march, demonstrate, and cause secession and do not listen to advice will all be arrested. Those with serious circumstances will be executed directly. Emperor Morgan said in a cold voice. The imperial edict spread quickly, and the number of people marching and demonstrating in various places suddenly decreased, and the number of people abandoning the city and fleeing decreased. Many people began to return to the city. It seemed that everything was getting better. But such an order actually made the people more dissatisfied. You should return home immediately. If you continue to protest, you will die. A general of the Vulture Empire said sternly in a certain place. Everyone, don't be afraid. As long as we unite, they will not dare to do anything to us. What kind of ability is it to show off your power over our own people when you can't beat the people of the Dragon Empire? Someone in the crowd shouted, and the rest were led by him. The general's eyes flashed coldly. He actually secretly supported a certain prince, and he hoped that things would get out of hand. Everyone listen, give them 10 breaths of time. If they still don't leave, you shoot arrows and kill them without mercy. The general said sternly. Yes. Thousands of soldiers said murderously. There were thousands of them on the people's side, and their momentum was not inferior at all. 10 breaths passed, and under the instigation of those who had ulterior motives, they did not leave. Swish. 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 Dozens of sharp arrows shot out, and dozens of people fell in a pool of blood. Kill. The leading general shouted. He drew his sword and killed first, and his soldiers also killed. 2,000 or 3,000 people eventually became corpses on the ground. This happened in more than one place. The demonstrations were completely suppressed, but the anger of the people was getting stronger and stronger, and many ambitious people in the Vulture Empire were ready to move. When the situation changes, there is an opportunity to reshuffle. They may get more benefits. Grandpa, the time is almost ripe. If you make a call, there will definitely be many people supporting you. Odysseus said to his grandfather, Emperor Odin. Midline horizontal ellipsis. My grandpa is rebelling in another world, and I am invincible in the city. Chapter 622 Odin Family Rebellion. Emperor Odin frowned. The Dragon Empire is coming with great momentum. If we start a rebellion at this time, we will be criticized for disregarding national justice. Odysseus said, Grandpa, the victors are the kings and the losers are the bandits. History is written by the victors. It will be much more difficult to start a rebellion after the peace talks. Besides, we already have a plan in secret. There is no guarantee that the plan will not be exposed in the future. The emperor will definitely not forgive us. Emperor Odin was entangled in his heart. Now that the people are resentful, their chances of success are not small, but he is careful about his reputation. Now that he is starting a rebellion, he is a little hesitant. Knock, knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Emperor Odin opened the door. Outside the door was one of his disciples. He was still very loyal to Emperor Odin. Master, the fleet of the Dragon Empire has deviated. They are heading north, and their destination has become the Red Maple Empire. Emperor Odin disciple said happily. He also knew what his master was struggling with. If the Dragon Empire turned to the Red Maple Empire, Emperor Odin could make up his mind. Are you sure? Emperor Odin said hurriedly. Master, it has been confirmed. It is estimated that it will not take long for this news to spread in our Vulture Empire, said the disciple of Emperor Odin. Very good. Emperor Odin's eyes flashed. Since the Dragon Empire was not coming for the Vulture Empire, it would not be a stain for him to start a rebellion. Grandpa, the royal family bloodily suppressed the people. We now have a very good reason. If we don't start a rebellion now, when will we start a rebellion? Odysseus said excitedly. Yes. Emperor Odin nodded. Their Odin family is very strong, but they are a rising star. The previous cake has been divided up, and the benefits they get are not in line with their strength. If they start a rebellion at this time, even if they cannot occupy the entire empire, they can occupy a lot of territory and get a lot of benefits. If they fail, they still have a way out. Emperor Odin has the strength of the perfect level of Emperor Wu. He can take some family members to places such as the Baiwei Empire. As long as they go to places close to the Dragon Empire, the Vulture Empire probably won't dare to chase them, and their chances of survival are very high. Spread the news that the Dragon Empire fleet is turning to the Maple Empire. Send out the uprising manifesto. Emperor Odin said in a deep voice. Emperor Odin and his men had already prepared the manifesto, which was several thousand words long and severely criticized the royal family of the Vulture Empire from all aspects. As a perfect martial emperor, Emperor Odin knew many secrets of the Vulture Empire, and the manifesto he wrote was definitely meaningful. Even in the past, the people of the Vulture Empire would be very angry when they saw this manifesto, not to mention this extraordinary moment. To the outside world, the Vulture Empire failed again and again, and a large number of soldiers died in the battle. One of the top warships exploded and another was robbed. To the outside world, the royal family of the Vulture Empire swung the butcher knife at the people, and the number of people who died in the military suppression must have exceeded 20,000. The people's resentment was already deep, and Emperor Odin's publication of this manifesto was like throwing a torch into a room full of gunpowder. What is this? Hiss, this is a punitive manifesto, and it was written by Lord Odin. The royal family is so shameless. The royal family is incompetent and brutal, support Lord Odin's punitive action. Under the arrangement of Emperor Odin, the proclamation that had been printed long ago was quickly posted in cities one by one, and a large number of people saw the proclamation. Suddenly, the people who had been forcibly suppressed became angry again. There were already many strong people and forces supporting Emperor Odin, and these strong people and forces also stood up at the first time. The power of the Odin family is in the southwest of the Vulture Empire. Many cities in the southwest have successively raised flags to rebel in support of Emperor Odin. Emperor Odin and his men had already found out some people who supported the royal family, and those people were quickly executed at the first time. Your Majesty, Emperor Odin has rebelled. This is a punitive manifesto written by Emperor Odin. A strong man quickly rushed to a nearby vassal state. This vassal state had many conflicts with the royal family in the past. As an emperor, Morgan the Great certainly hopes that the imperial power will be stronger, but this will weaken the power of the vassal kings, and they are definitely not happy. Friction is commonplace, and armed conflicts have happened before. Issue a notice immediately. Because of the atrocities of the royal family and for the sake of protecting our people, our Carlo kingdom will be independent from now on. We are no longer a member of the Vulture Alliance Empire, said Montecalf, the vassal king of Carlo. Your Majesty, so soon? Don't we wait a little longer? One of Montecalf's men next to him said in surprise. Montecalf said in a deep voice, if we don't become independent at this time, the Odin family will have a reason to invade. Can we resist it? The big ship of the Vulture Empire is now on the verge of capsizing. We have to hurry up and jump off the ship. Soon, Carlo issued a notice. Although Carlo is a vassal state, it is not small in area and strong in strength. Carlo is one of the top 10 vassal states of the Vulture Empire. Emperor Odin rebelled, and the kingdom of Carlo became independent? What do you think? Should we also take this opportunity to rebel? The news soon spread to another vassal state. Your Majesty, I suggest that we rebel too. The royal family is now in a great decline in strength. If we rebel, the royal family can't do anything to us. Besides, we are not far from Black Jade City. If we don't rebel, will the Dragon Empire come to kill us in the future, said one of the subordinates of this vassal king. The other subordinates also spoke up to support him. The risk of rebellion is low now. If they succeed, their interests will increase greatly. Now the royal family has to take away a lot of profits. If they rebel, the profits they need to hand over will be left, which is not a small amount. Besides, they are only subordinates of the vassal king now. If the rebellion succeeds, they will all be important officials of the court. Okay, we will rebel too. This king will also have a taste of being an emperor. The vassal king said in a deep voice. 1, 2, 3. With the Odin family standing up, in just 2 days, more than 10 vassal kings stood up and declared their country independent. Bang! In the palace of the Vulture Empire, Emperor Morgan Wu picked up something beside him and smashed it to pieces. He had heard a lot of bad news in the past 2 days. Just now, another news came that King Solo also declared independence. King Solo was one of the most powerful princes. Rebellion, rebellion. Everyone is lawless. Emperor Morgan was furious. The Vulture Empire had more than 50 princes, big and small, and now only a dozen have declared independence, which seems not much. But you have to know that the basic strength of those who dare to declare independence is not weak. These 10 princes account for 40% of the territory of the Vulture Empire. Your Majesty, we must take action as soon as possible. Otherwise the empire is in danger. Left Prime Minister Eugenie said. How to take action? Emperor Morgan's face was extremely ugly. How could a dozen princes be suppressed by sending troops if they became independent? They simply didn't have that many soldiers now. In the war with the Dragon Empire, they lost many people. The right Prime Minister said, Your Majesty, the vassal states have left the alliance. Morally speaking, we cannot attack them. We can only target the Odin family. Fortunately, the navy is under our control. The many vassal states were previously divided into 3 factions, namely the pro-royal faction, the neutral faction, and the independent faction. The navy is the foundation of the Vulture Empire. In the past, half of the soldiers recruited by the navy came from the pro-royal faction, and 30% came from the neutral faction. The independent faction only accounted for 20%. The left Prime Minister said, Your Majesty, we need to negotiate with the Dragon Empire, and then our navy must land in the southwest to quell the rebellion. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 623 The strength of the initial stage of Emperor Wu. Emperor Morgan Wu's face was extremely gloomy. Originally, the Five Nations Alliance was happily preparing to deal with the Dragon Empire, but now the war of aggression has turned out to be like this. Your Majesty, don't panic. As long as we put down the rebellion of the Odin family, it will be profitable in the future, and the vassal states will still join us. The right Prime Minister said. Emperor Morgan Wu took a deep breath. How can we negotiate? The Dragon Empire is not negotiating with us at all now. They wish we could make us even more chaotic under pressure. The left Prime Minister said, Your Majesty, there is nothing that cannot be negotiated. As long as the benefits we offer are enough, they will definitely be interested. Emperor Morgan Wu frowned. The appetite of the Dragon Empire is not a little bit. How much benefit do they have to give? If the benefits are too much, the people of the Vulture Empire will definitely be dissatisfied, and more vassal states may declare independence at that time. What benefits do you say to give? Emperor Morgan Wu said in a deep voice. The left Prime Minister said, Your Majesty, with the current strength of our Vulture Empire, I am afraid we can't maintain so many bases around the world. We can give some bases in other countries to the Dragon Empire. We still control a lot of resources around the world, and we can also give some of those resources to the Dragon Empire. The right Prime Minister nodded. Emperor Morgan Wu showed reluctance in his eyes. The right Prime Minister said, Your Majesty, with our strength, we will not be able to control those. It would be good to use them to exchange for peace talks. When we become stronger in the future, we can still take them back. Emperor Morgan Wu nodded slightly. You should find a way to let Shanghai know this and attract the Dragon Empire and our Vulture Empire to sit back at the negotiation table. Emperor Morgan Wu said, Right Prime Minister, there has been no progress on the transmission issue? The right Prime Minister shook his head, Your Majesty, no. It is very likely related to both Xiao Fan and the powerful treasures that Shanghai possesses. The good news is that China can no longer transmit warships. Emperor Morgan Wu frowned. This good news can only be so good. Xiao Fan sent a lot of machinery here before, and the Dragon Empire will definitely be able to build many large warships by itself in the future. Originally, Emperor Morgan Wu thought that as long as they could win, even if Xiao Fan sent a lot of machines, they would fall into their hands. Now this is very embarrassing. The left Prime Minister sighed lightly, Your Majesty, now we have to change our mindset. It is impossible for us to win the Dragon Empire for the time being. What we need to do is to protect ourselves. As long as we protect our country and the Vulture Empire, we still have hope. For this purpose, we have to give up what we should give up, and we still have to bow our heads when we should. Emperor Morgan was silent for a long time and then nodded. Let's do it. Cede the bases and some of the resources to us? Xiao Hai did not meet the envoy of the Vulture Empire, but he got the news. What do you think, dear grandson? Xiao Hai looked at Xiao Fan. He had already begun to let Xiao Fan get involved in government affairs. When Du Qingxuan and others reported things, he let Xiao Fan listen beside him. Xiao Fan shook his head. The Vulture Empire still has that arrogant face. They think they have lowered their posture, but in fact they haven't. If their strength is reduced, they can't keep some of those military bases. They won't give us the core ones, and we don't need the ordinary ones. The same goes for resources. Their strength decreases, our strength increases, and it is only natural for us to get more resources. Du Qingxuan nodded. Your Majesty, what your Highness said makes sense. The Vulture Empire has been high and mighty for too long and doesn't know how to bow its head. Such conditions are not sincere at all. Xiao Hai smiled slightly. My dear grandson, what conditions do you think we should put forward if we negotiate with the Vulture Empire? Xiao Fan shook his head. Grandpa, we won't put forward any. If we put forward any conditions, the Vulture Empire will suffer heavy losses, and many of them will point their spearheads at us. If the Vulture Empire puts forward any, they will point their spearheads at Emperor Morgan and others. I think our focus now should not be the Vulture Empire, but the Red Maple Empire. Our fleet will send more people from the Blood Cherry Empire over there, and let them fight to the death with the people of the Red Maple Empire. Xiao Hai said, the territory that the Blood Cherry Empire will conquer by then. Xiao Fan said, many places in the Red Maple Empire are bitter and cold. In the bitter and cold places, just give them half of the territory. We will drive the people of the Red Maple Empire to the territory they occupy in the future. The Red Maple Empire has a population of several million. In order to survive, they can organize a lot of troops to fight against the Blood Cherry Empire. The Blood Cherry Empire finally occupied the land. They must have continuously sent people from their homeland to participate in the battle. Xiao Hai nodded slightly. Prime Minister Du, what do you think? Du Qingxuan stroked his beard and smiled. Your Highness's idea is quite good. The Blood Maple Empire and we have a blood feud, but now that the war over there is over, it is not appropriate for us to slaughter their people. It is a good idea to let them continue to bleed and sacrifice in the Red Maple Empire. Xiao Hai said, then let's do it. Ignore the Vulture Empire for now and send more people from the Blood Cherry Empire. Yes, Your Majesty. Du Qingxuan and the others said goodbye. Xiao Hai said to Xiao Fan, my dear grandson, you have consolidated for so long. You should continue to seize the time to practice and reach the peak level of the Martial King as soon as possible. Xiao Fan is now in the middle stage of the Martial King, with the space ability of the Martial Emperor in the early stage, and the comprehensive combat power of the Martial Emperor is perfect. If he reaches the peak of the Martial King, his space ability can reach the level of the late stage of the Martial Emperor. The comprehensive combat power can reach the early stage of the Martial Emperor. Grandpa, how long will it take for you to break through to the Martial Saint level? Xiao Fan asked. Xiao Hai frowned and said, if it's fast, it will take about 3 months, if it's slow, it will take about 5 months. Time is very tight. Xiao Fan nodded. Not long after, he went to the spirit pool to practice again. After about half a month, Xiao Fan's cultivation successfully broke through to the late stage of the Martial King. After a month and a half, Xiao Fan's cultivation reached the peak of the Martial King, and his spatial ability also reached the late stage of the Martial King. Boom! Boom! Xiao Hai arranged a strong man in the early stage of the Martial Emperor to fight Xiao Fan. He was at a disadvantage, but he was indeed able to fight against a strong man in the early stage of the Martial Emperor. Your Highness, congratulations! Your strength has reached the level of the early stage of the Martial Emperor. If you fight a few more games, I may not be your opponent. After the battle, the strong man who fought against Xiao Fan said. There was a look of amazement in his eyes. How old is Xiao Fan? Moreover, Xiao Fan's cultivation is only at the peak of the Martial King, but he has already reached the strength of the early stage of the Martial Emperor. His future is limitless. Midline horizontal ellipsis. My grandpa is rebelling in another world, and I am invincible in the city. Chapter 624, The Vulture Empire's Envoy arrives. Maple Empire. Kill, for the Empire. 100,000 people from the Blood Cherry Empire charged forward. Their opponents were hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the Maple Empire. The Maple Empire didn't have many soldiers originally, but the Blood Cherry Empire kept killing people, so they could only desperately recruit new soldiers. In the Maple Empire, the Blood Cherry Empire now has 200,000 soldiers, and the Maple Empire has a total of 300,000 or 400,000 soldiers. You have to know that the total population of the Maple Empire is only a few million, and 300,000 or 400,000 soldiers is a very terrifying ratio. But what can they do? Wherever the people of the Blood Cherry Empire go, they will kill, rob, and burn them. The Maple Empire can only choose to resist desperately. The two sides fought again and again, and the casualties on both sides were not small. This situation is welcome to the Dragon Empire. The Blood Cherry Empire is a sworn enemy. The Maple Empire and the Vulture Empire invaded the Dragon Empire together. The more people on both sides died, the better. Swish. Swish. Puff. More than 200,000 people from both sides fought together. This was the most intense battle between the two sides in recent times. Brother Zhao, which side do you think will win? A strong man from the Dragon Empire said in secret. Next to him, another strong man from the Dragon Empire said, it should be the Blood Sakura Empire. They are basically veterans. But the Red Maple Empire has a numerical advantage. The Blood Sakura Empire has no armor and no bombs. Their casualties should also exceed 50,000. Time passed by, and the battle was very tragic. Blood dyed the land red, and corpses were everywhere. But there was no mercy in the eyes of the two Dragon Empire strong men who were secretly observing. The Red Maple Empire did not deserve pity. The Red Maple Empire followed the Vulture Empire and used the power of the tiger to do many bad things in the past. The people of the Red Maple Empire were also very arrogant. TSK, this battle was good. Yes, it was good. The Red Maple Empire died 110,000 people, and the Red Maple Empire died more than 50,000 people. The expected goal was achieved. The two strong men of the Dragon Empire smiled. Not long after, one of the strong men left. The scale of this battle was large enough to report back. In the southwest of the Vulture Empire, in the territory occupied by the Odin family. Battles also broke out one after another. The Vulture Empire's navy came back to quell the rebellion, but after a month, the power controlled by Emperor Odin Wu has become much stronger. Several surrounding vassal states now support Emperor Odin Wu. Moreover, the people's hearts are on Emperor Odin Wu's side. The people sent by Emperor Morgan were constantly consumed by the quagmire of war. The more people died, the lower the prestige of Emperor Morgan, and the greater the resentment of the people. This is a vicious cycle. The people of the Vulture Empire used to support Emperor Morgan, because the Vulture Empire was strong and they could also benefit from plundering ordinary people everywhere. And at that time, they themselves did not suffer much loss. War seemed very far away from them to many people. War is wealth. Now that the war has broken out on their homeland, they know how terrible war is, and what war brings is disaster and death. Father, the emotions of our people have reached the edge of an outbreak, and Emperor Odin Wu's army is about to attack. Are we independent? A middle-aged man in a certain palace said solemnly. Their vassal state is a neutral faction. Originally, they did not want to get involved, but the royal family of the Vulture Empire was not doing well in quelling the rebellion, and the situation was developing in a bad direction. Issue a notice that our Barlev kingdom is independent. From today on we are no longer members of the Vulture Empire. The speaker was an old man in brocade robes. Yes, father. Soon, the kingdom of Barev declared independence. The kingdom of Barev was the first country in the neutral faction to declare independence. As they declared independence, many other countries in the neutral faction also declared independence. After 2 days, there were more than a dozen kingdoms that declared independence. These kingdoms were weaker, but the total area of the dozen kingdoms was not small. With these kingdoms, the area declared independent by the Vulture Empire accounted for 60%, and the population also accounted for about 60%. Your Majesty, this is the latest intelligence collected. Someone came to Emperor Morgan. Emperor Morgan quickly read the intelligence information, and his face was extremely ugly. The Vulture Empire had been torn apart. Some countries in the neutral faction planned to form a new alliance. Emperor Odin won over some vassal states, and King Solo also had ideas, and he also won over some vassal states. Your Majesty, now we must sign a peace agreement with the Dragon Empire as soon as possible. Even if it costs more, we have to accept it, otherwise said the left Prime Minister Eugenides. He didn't say what else, but Emperor Morgan could understand that if he didn't sign, the situation would only get worse. The Vulture Empire will collapse completely, and they may also die. Emperor Morgan took a deep breath and said, "Send someone to communicate secretly with the Dragon Empire. We are willing to pay a greater price. If they still don't talk and want to continue to make our Vulture Empire go to the abyss, we will drag them along. We have a lot of dead warriors in the Vulture Empire. They exploded in the city and killed many people in the Dragon Empire. In a city that does not suppress strength, it is entirely possible for a strong man to explode and kill hundreds or even thousands of people. If the Vulture Empire dispatches many deaths, it is entirely possible that tens of millions of people in the Dragon Empire will die. But unless it is absolutely necessary, Emperor Morgan will definitely not choose such a method, which will not threaten the top strong men. And it will definitely be retaliated by the Dragon Empire. The Dragon Empire does not need strong men to explode at all. A large number of bombs will explode and kill many of them. Yes, Your Majesty. Eugenides said respectfully. He quickly arranged it. 2 days later, the Vulture Empire's envoys finally entered the Dragon Empire. The leader of the envoys was the fourth prince of the Vulture Empire. The capital of the gods is so prosperous and peaceful. Our Vulture Empire's imperial city has become depressed and chaotic. The fourth prince of the Vulture Empire, Alman, said bitterly. Your Highness, as long as the peace agreement is signed, our Vulture Empire still has a chance to restore its former glory. The envoy Elian next to Alman said. Hopefully, but it's very difficult. 60% of the territory has declared independence, and they are afraid they will never come back. Alman smiled bitterly. If there are fewer vassal states that have left, then under pressure, the vassal states that have left may come back. Now there are too many vassal states that have left, and the royal family simply does not have the energy to make those vassal states return. Stop. A few hundred meters away from the palace, Alman and his entourage were stopped in their carriages, and they had to choose to walk. This situation made them very angry. Their current identities are not ordinary envoys but imperial envoys. In the past, the imperial envoys of the Vulture Empire could enter the palace directly with their carriages, and the imperial envoys of other countries could get close to the palace gates. They actually had to walk hundreds of meters. Your Highness, calm down. We are here to seek peace. Elian said in a low voice. Yes. Alman nodded slightly, suppressing his anger. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 625 Peace Treaty signed Prince Alman, please wait a moment. Our Highness has something to do, and will come to see you after he is done. An official of the Dragon Empire said. Prince Alman and his companions were taken to a palace inside the palace, which was specially used for negotiations between major powers. The strength of the Vulture Empire has dropped sharply, but it still has 11 top warships now, and this strength alone is very powerful. Please ask Your Highness to come as soon as possible. It is not a good way to treat guests to wait here. One of the envoys of the Vulture Empire said in a deep voice. Time passed by minute, and after a full hour, Xiao Fan and some envoys of the Dragon Empire came. Your Highness Xiao, your Dragon Empire claims to be a country of etiquette, so it seems a bit inappropriate to neglect guests like this. Prince Alman said in a deep voice. Xiao Fan said in surprise, if I am not mistaken, our two countries are still in a state of war now. We are enemies, not friends, how can we say we are guests? If you don't want to talk, get out. Prince Almond's face was not very good to begin with, and after hearing what Xiao Fan said, his face became even uglier. Today's negotiations will be difficult. Your Highness Xiao, since we are here, we are of course sincere in our negotiations. If we don't negotiate, it may lead to a world war. Elian said in a deep voice. Xiao Fan said calmly, trigger a world war? You Vulture Empire should calm down the civil war first. Which other country would be so stupid as to jump out at this time? Yarman took a deep breath and said, Your Highness Xiao, just tell me directly, what conditions will you offer for peace talks? We will agree if we can agree. If we can't agree, my father will probably start to target your homeland directly. Our Vulture Empire has dominated the world for many years, and we still have a lot of foundation. If you want us to die, you will be disabled too. Xiao Fan sat opposite Yarman. The envoys of both sides sat down on both sides of the negotiation table. Xiao Fan said calmly, we don't have any conditions. But whether to end the war depends on your sincerity. What conditions to give, you can tell us yourself. We have plenty of time, and it's no problem to negotiate for 3 to 5 months. Yarman. After 3 to 5 months of negotiations, the Vulture Empire may have completely collapsed. Your Highness Xiao, in addition to the military bases that we agreed to cede, there are also many resources. We are also willing to compensate 5 million gene of spiritual stones. In addition, we can also give a lot of supernatural crystal cores. Elian said. Xiao Fan was sipping tea and had no intention of paying attention to Elian. This little sincerity is fooling the devil. Almond frowned secretly. The order they received was to negotiate as soon as possible, even if it cost a lot. Every day of delay, the Vulture Empire is one day closer to collapse. Almond said, Your Highness Xiao, our Vulture Empire recognizes that the Blood Cherry Empire will be your vassal state in the future. Xiao Fan frowned and said, Prince Almond, do we need you to recognize it? You'd better give up your high-handedness in your bones. I don't like what you said. Today's negotiations end here. After saying that, Xiao Fan got up and left. The rest of the people from the Dragon Empire also got up and left. Even though Elian and others repeatedly tried to keep them, Xiao Fan and his men did not stop. Alman and his men were annoyed, but they had no choice. A week passed in a blink of an eye. Xiao Fan played with Alman and the others once a day, but each time the performance lasted no more than a quarter of an hour. As long as Alman and the others said something that made him unhappy, Xiao Fan would immediately get up and leave, and would never stay for a second longer. My dear grandson, we have to hurry up with the negotiations with the Vulture Empire. Grandpa may have a breakthrough in as little as a month. Before the breakthrough, you have to ascend the throne, and you and Yu Wei have to get married. Xiao Hai said to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan had just fought a fierce battle with a strong man in the early stage of the Martial Emperor. His strength was definitely in the early stage of the Martial Emperor. Yeah. Xiao Fan nodded. Xiao Hai might be able to ascend after a breakthrough. If he had not ascended the throne by then, there might be some trouble. Your Highness Xiao. Xiao Fan and his friends arrived at the palace for negotiations again. Alman and his friends had arrived first. When they saw Xiao Fan and his friends come in, Alman and his friends stood up and greeted them. After a week, they have become more tactful. The domestic situation is getting worse and worse. They can't afford to delay any longer. They must hurry up and negotiate with the Dragon Empire. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Prince Alman, your complexion is getting better and better. It seems that you have eaten well in our capital. We have all kinds of delicious food in the Dragon Empire. Let's talk slowly. Peace can definitely be negotiated. Xiao Fan said with a smile. Alman's mouth twitched. How could he look good? He was so upset every day that he hadn't had a good sleep recently. Your Highness Xiao, this is our final condition and our bottom line. We can't give in anymore. Prince Alman said in a deep voice. He pushed a document to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan flipped through the document. There were dozens of clauses written in it. There was no cession of land, no permanent concession, but some clauses were quite sincere, such as the compensation of 10 million gene of spirit stones. It was paid in 20 years. A relatively large island of the Vulture Empire became a concession for a period of 100 years, and the Dragon Empire could station troops there. There were also opening of trading ports, preferential tax rates, etc. This treaty was much milder than the treaties signed by the Bayue Empire and others. But if this treaty was released, the people of the Vulture Empire would definitely be very angry, and the court would be under great pressure. Xiaofan said in a calm voice, "This is much more sincere than yesterday's. I'll add 2 more conditions and we'll sign it." Almond said in a deep voice, "Your Highness Xiao, this is our bottom line." Xiaofan made a gesture to get up. Elian said hurriedly, "Your Highness Xiao, why don't you tell us first? Let us first listen to what your conditions are." Xiaofan said calmly, "First, your Vulture Empire is the invading party, and our Dragon Empire reserves the right to fight without declaration. Of course, if you behave well, we will not do this. Second, the Vulture Empire seals all spirit caves and is not allowed to contact the Earth. We will supervise this aspect." Alman and his brows were frowned. The weight of these 2 clauses is not light. Under normal circumstances, 2 countries must have a legitimate reason to fight. The Dragon Empire can fight without declaration, and the sword is always hanging over their heads. Blocking spirit caves, this has a great impact. They have been thinking that they may get a large number of teleportation methods in the future. I will give you 5 minutes to consider. If you agree, I will sign this peace treaty. If you don't agree, we will continue to talk slowly, and we will always come to a conclusion." Xiaofan said calmly. 5 minutes later, Prince Alman and his entourage nodded in agreement. Although the 2 clauses added by Xiaofan had a great impact, the Vulture Empire was about to collapse, and they could not care so much. Half an hour later, envoys from many countries gathered. Xiaofan publicly signed a formal peace treaty on behalf of the Dragon Empire and the Vulture Empire. Wow! Warm applause rang out. Many people were smiling. If the Dragon Empire could sign a peace treaty with the Vulture Empire, the World War would not break out, which was of course beneficial to them. Prince Alman and others did not smile at all. The applause sounded harsh to them. Midline horizontal ellipsis. My grandpa is rebelling in another world, and I am invincible in the city. Chapter 626, Xiao Hai abdicates, Xiaofan becomes emperor. Shame, this is a shame. It's a loss of power and humiliation to the country. How can the court sign such a treaty? Although this is better than the one signed by the Bayue Empire and the OS Empire, our Vulture Empire is a super empire. The peace treaty was made public, and the news quickly spread in the Vulture Empire. Under the instigation of some people, many people in the Vulture Empire were furious. Soon, several kingdoms chose to leave the Vulture Empire. But the Vulture Empire still occupies 30% to 40% of the land area, controls the navy, and still has very strong strength. Emperor Morgan is not a vegetarian either. A vigorous counterinsurgency operation was launched, and the civil war in the Vulture Empire broke out completely. This is destined to be a protracted war. Emperor Odin is a powerful warrior at the level of perfect martial emperor. The power he controls is not weak, and the power controlled by King Solo is also not weak. Most importantly, the Dragon Empire will not let them end the war easily, and even if the war is ended, it will not let them unify. A divided Vulture Empire does not pose much threat to the Dragon Empire. Think about it carefully. What should we do? The Emperor of the Red Maple Empire said to the ministers with an ugly face. The Red Maple Empire is the weakest among the 4 nations. Now, only the Red Maple Empire has not signed a peace treaty with the Dragon Empire. And Xiaofan said that one of the 4 nations must be destroyed. Now that only the Red Maple Empire is left, the target is very clear. The Dragon Empire wants to destroy the Red Maple Empire. Your Majesty, the Dragon Empire should want to use the Blood Cherry Empire to fight us and continuously consume the national strength of our 2 countries. One of the ministers said. Nonsense. I am asking you what to do. Can't I see such an obvious thing? am I a 3-year-old child? The Emperor of the Red Maple Empire said angrily. The minister who just spoke said bitterly, Your Majesty, this is an open conspiracy. I'm afraid we don't have much to do. For the Blood Cherry Empire, the Dragon Empire has promised, and they will definitely continue to kill. We can only resist. We can only survive if we resist. Giving up resistance means that their royal family has no value, and the entire royal family and even the court may be completely cleaned up. The Red Maple Empire Emperor said, If we cede a lot of territory directly to the Dragon Empire, can it end? Another minister shook his head, Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's impossible. The Dragon Empire is a monarch who never jokes. Xiao Fan is the crown prince. Besides, they want to consume more of the Blood Cherry Empire. We can only follow the Dragon Empire's wishes and kill more people from the Blood Cherry Empire. Only then will there be a glimmer of hope in the future. The Red Maple Empire may be destroyed in the future, but they may not die. The Red Maple Empire Emperor gritted his teeth and said, What if we use the Death Soldiers to deter the Dragon Empire like the Vulture Empire? Your Majesty, don't. We are not the Vulture Empire. The Vulture Empire is effective in doing this because the Vulture Empire is very powerful. How many strong people do we have? If we dare to do this, our entire country will be blocked and no strong person can fly out. By then, everyone in the country will be killed. One of the ministers said in surprise. The other ministers also spoke up to object. Even if the country is destroyed, they may not die. Why should they take such a risk? The Death Soldiers can only kill a few civilians in the Dragon Empire. The consequence is the destruction of the nation. Then let's fight the Blood Cherry Empire with all our strength. The Red Maple Empire Emperor said dejectedly. He could only follow the script of the Dragon Empire, which made him feel very powerless. But what could he do? The Vulture Empire was scared, and the Vulture Empire was now divided into pieces. It would take 3 to 5 years for the civil war to end. Now the Vulture Empire is no match for the Dragon Empire. In 3 to 5 years, even if the Vulture Empire is unified, it will be powerless to turn the tide. Yes, Your Majesty. All the ministers said in unison. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the Emperor is determined to confront the Dragon Empire, they may have no choice but to launch a mutiny and send the Emperor of the Red Maple Empire to his death. Dragon Empire, Tianji Hall. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor. Xiao Hai sat on the dragon throne domineeringly, and all the civil servants said in unison. Everyone, please stand up. Xiao Hai said in a calm voice. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hundreds of ministers stood up. Today is a big court meeting with more people, and usually there are only more than 100 people in the morning court. Everyone, if you have something to report, please report it. Xiao Hai said. 2 hours later, none of the ministers reported it again. Xiao Hai glanced over and said, Since all the ministers have nothing to do, I want to say something. I plan to pass the throne to the Crown Prince Xiao Fan. Do you have any objections? A minister immediately stood up. Your Majesty, you are in your prime, why are you in a hurry to pass the throne to the Crown Prince? You haven't been in office for long. Xiao Hai said in a calm voice, I have already reached the half-step martial saint. There is no martial saint in the world. A martial saint may have ascended to the upper realm. Besides, I am good at conquering the world, but I am not good at governing the world. Who else has any objections? No minister stood up. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice, Since you have no objections, it's settled. Announce to the world that I will pass the throne in 3 days. The coronation ceremony will be held in 9 days. 10 days after the coronation, the new emperor will hold a grand wedding to marry the queen. Everyone was a little surprised that the time was so tight. It seems that Xiao Hai may break through in a short time. Dismiss. The news that Xiao Hai was going to pass the throne to Xiao Fan spread quickly. The people of the Shunlong Empire did not feel much. Xiao Hai only has one grandson, Xiao Fan. It is only a matter of time before he passes the throne to Xiao Fan. The success of our Shunlong Empire is inseparable from Your Highness. Although your majesty and your highness are from Earth, we had a hard time in the past. Now our Shenlong Empire is invincible. Your majesty conquers the world, and your highness guards the world. That's good. The people of the Shenlong Empire talked a lot, and no one objected. Although there are still some problems in the country, the people can really feel that life is much better now than before. As for some ambitious people and conspirators, they dare not say a word. The Vulture Empire was crippled. If they dared to say anything, Xiao Hai would kill them all in a minute. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Many officials of the Shenlong Empire rushed to the capital. Xiao Hai passed the throne to Xiao Fan, and they had to attend and pay homage to the new emperor. In the subsequent coronation ceremony, many emperors of other countries would come to watch the ceremony. The Shenlong Empire is now the only overlord. Your Majesty's decree, Crown Prince Xiao Fan, who is both virtuous and talented, will surely be able to inherit the throne. He shall succeed me to the throne and become the emperor. The resonant voice of the Minister of Rights sounded. Xiao Fan said solemnly, "Grandson, thank you for passing on the throne, Grandpa. I will live up to your trust, the country, and the people. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor." Hundreds of ministers in the Tianji Hall and many people outside the Tianji Hall knelt down. Although the coronation ceremony has not yet been held, from now on, Xiao Hai has abdicated, and Xiao Fan has become the emperor of the Shenlong Empire. My grandpa is rebelling in another world, and I am invincible in the city. Chapter 627, May the country be safe and the people be peaceful. In the emperor's bedroom, Xiao Hai looked at Xiao Fan nervously. Xiao Fan held the mountain and river seal in his hand. According to historical records, the mountain and river seal is a sacred artifact. And it is the most suitable sacred artifact for the emperor, no one else. Xiao Fan's current combat power is only at the early stage of the martial emperor. This strength is very strong, but if Xiao Hai ascends or dies, he is still at risk of being sidelined. After the hard work of the rebellion, the Dragon Empire has now become the #1 power. It would be embarrassing if it was sidelined. Grandpa, why don't you try again in a few days? Xiao Fan said. He was also a little nervous. If the mountain and river seal cannot recognize its master, it may become a point of attack by someone with ulterior motives. The temptation of the throne is very amazing. My dear grandson, you have become the emperor now. According to historical records, becoming an emperor can make the mountain and river seal recognize its master. You should be able to do it. Xiao Hai said. Xiao Fan nodded, he cut his palm, and blood dripped onto the mountain and river seal. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Every second felt very long to Xiao Fan. 10 seconds passed, and the blood on the mountain and river seal slowly seeped into the mountain and river seal, and the mountain and river seal emitted a faint purple light. The purple light gradually enveloped Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan felt a strong force entering his body, and the mountain and river seal began to recognize its master, and the recognition process could also improve his strength. Xiao Hai looked at Xiao Fan in surprise. He could feel that Xiao Fan's strength was improving rapidly. Now Xiao Fan is at the peak of the martial king. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan reached the perfect martial king, and his strength was still improving. After an hour, Xiao Fan's improvement became slow. His cultivation was still the perfect martial king, but he was very close to the martial emperor level. Collect! Xiao Fan's mind moved, and the mountain and river seal was received by him. A large amount of information quickly poured into Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Fan got a lot of information about the mountain and river seal. The mountain and river seal is really infinitely useful. Xiao Fan said in his heart. The mountain and river seal allows him to absorb and utilize the emperor's qi. The stronger the country, the more emperor's qi he can get every day. Moreover, the stronger the country is, the more imperial aura the mountain and river seal can contain, and it can increase his strength more during battle. My dear grandson, how is it? Xiao Hai asked. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Grandpa, the mountain and river seal has successfully recognized its master. And the mountain and river seal is indeed strong, and it is no problem to increase the strength of a small realm. Xiao Hai's eyes lit up. You absorb the power of the space ability pearl, and you can reach the middle stage of the martial emperor without the mountain and river seal. With the mountain and river seal, can you have the strength of the late stage of the martial emperor? Xiao Fan nodded, almost. Xiao Hai laughed and said, then Grandpa is relieved. There is no problem with the strength of the late stage of the martial emperor to stabilize the throne. Besides, Grandpa still needs some time to break through. Before that, you may have the strength of the perfect martial emperor. Hurry up and absorb the power of the space ability pearl. Xiao Fan nodded and continued to practice. This is the divine capital, it's really prosperous. I went to the imperial city of the Vulture Empire some time ago, and it is no longer as good as before. The divine capital is now the #1 city in the world. Many countries came to congratulate. Emperors, princes, and princesses of many countries have arrived in the divine capital. They came to participate in Xiao Fan's coronation ceremony. In the past, the Vulture Empire was #1, but only in the navy. Now, the Dragon Empire is undoubtedly #1 in all aspects. The Vulture Empire even sent its crown prince to attend the ceremony and congratulate. In the past, some countries dared not to give face to the Vulture Empire, but now, no country dares not to give face to the Dragon Empire. Daughter, get up early tomorrow and dress up. You must show your best side. If you can be favored by the Emperor of the Dragon Empire and become a concubine, you will rise to the top in one step. The day before the coronation ceremony, the emperor of a small country told his daughter. This daughter is his most beautiful daughter. There are hundreds of countries, big and small, in the entire Shinwu continent, and there are 1,000 or 2,000 princesses from these countries. And these princesses are all young and beautiful. For those countries, as long as their princesses are favored by Xiao Fan, their countries will have a strong thigh. But they think too much. Xiao Fan has no such plan at all. Husband, the coronation ceremony will be tomorrow. Are you nervous? Su Yue said while leaning in Xiao Fan's arms. The two had just had a fierce battle. It is worth mentioning that Su Yue now has the combat power of the perfect level of the martial emperor, which is already very strong. What are you nervous about? I am already the emperor of the Dragon Empire. Who can make me nervous? Xiao Fan smiled and said. He has digested a lot of space ability beads in the past week, and his space ability level has reached the perfect level of the martial emperor. Using the mountain and river seal, he reached the late stage of the martial emperor. Should I call you your majesty? Su Yue said in a delicate voice. Xiao Fan smiled and said, when we get married, you can call me husband. Now, call me husband. Calling your majesty seems strange. Yeah. Husband, I will ascend the throne tomorrow. Princesses from many countries will come. If you have any favorites, take a few of them then? Su Yue said. Xiao Fan pinched Su Yue's pretty face and said, don't talk nonsense. It's enough for me to have you. You can work hard to have more children then. Su Yue's pretty face blushed slightly. Wei, let's start making people now. Xiao Fan laughed. As he said that, he turned over and pressed Su Yue on him again. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day. Bang! 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 The salutes rang out, and all nations came to pay tribute. Under the witness of countless people, the coronation ceremony was held, and Xiao Fan officially ascended the throne and became emperor. Long live my emperor, long live my emperor. The deafening voice rang out throughout the god's capital. In the divine capital, countless people knelt on the ground and shouted loudly. The divine capital normally has a population of tens of millions, but now countless people have come from other places, and the population of the divine capital now exceeds 30 million. What a strong imperial aura! Xiao Fan thought to himself. As he officially ascended the throne, accompanied by a large number of soldiers and countless people shouting, Xiao Fan quickly gained a large amount of imperial aura. With a large amount of imperial aura, he can not only improve himself faster, but also make the strength of others improve faster. It feels like a dream. Indeed. Kong Su and the others discussed secretly. Xiao Fan used to be just a brother in their dormitory, but now he has become the emperor of the Dragon Empire and dominates the whole world. The power and influence of the Dragon Empire in the Divine Martial Continent is much stronger than the influence of the United States on the earth before. Everyone, please stand up. I succeed to the throne, and I wish the mountains and rivers to be safe, and the country to be peaceful and the people to be safe. Xiao Fan slowly flew up and raised his voice. The mountain and river seal appeared in his hand, and the mountain and river seal released a purple gold light. The mountain and river seal has recognized its master. Your Majesty is in a place that suppresses strength, but your Majesty can actually fly. Many people showed shock in their eyes. May the mountains and rivers be safe, and the country be peaceful and the people be safe. Midline horizontal ellipsis. My grandpa is rebelling in another world, and I am invincible in the city. Chapter 628. The coronation ceremony shocked all nations. The mountain and river seal is the seal of the emperor. The mountain and river seal recognizes its master. No one can question the legitimacy of the imperial family's ruling status. Historical records show that the emperor's strength can be greatly improved by possessing the mountain and river seal. Xiao Fan's strength is at least in the middle stage of the martial emperor. It is difficult to kill Xiao Fan even if he can fly in the suppressed strength area. Many people had such thoughts in their minds. There are many people from other countries who are present today. Many of them hope that Xiao Fan will die, but now they are very disappointed. Long live our emperor, long live our emperor. The deafening voice rang again. For the soldiers of the Tianlong Empire and the people of the Tianlong Empire, they certainly hope that the Tianlong Empire will be peaceful. It is a great thing that Xiao Fan controls the mountain and river seal. Everyone, let's watch the military parade together. Xiao Fan landed. The military parade will start soon. Hundreds and thousands of countries in the Shenwu continent are here today, and they must take this opportunity to show the strength of the Shenlong Empire. Time is tight, and the movements of the soldiers of the Shenlong Empire cannot be as neat as the military parade of China, but the momentum is extremely strong. All the soldiers who participated in the military parade had participated in battles, and the murderous aura they exuded was frightening. Spearmen, swordmen, archers, crossbowmen, etc. passed through the square first. Boom! Boom! The earth shook, and 50,000 cavalry passed through the square. The sound of the horses' hooves stepping on the ground was terrifying. Hiss! This is the Shura Iron Cavalry. So many, how many cavalrymen are there? I heard that there are a total of 50,000 people. Such 50,000 elite cavalrymen can easily slaughter all the armies in our country. These 50,000 people can destroy most of the countries in the Shenwu continent. The scary thing is that the Shenlong Empire has 800,000 such Shura Iron Cavalry. Many people in other countries talked about it, and they were shocked. The Shenlong Empire has conquered many countries one after another, but people in most countries have never seen the Shura Iron Cavalry. Now they have seen it. The emperors and princes of some small and medium-sized countries were originally a little arrogant, but when they saw the scene, they were all dumbfounded. The tens of thousands of cavalrymen in the Shenlong Empire's military parade can completely conquer their entire country. The gap is too big. Everyone, the next one to appear is the tank formation. It took a while for tens of thousands of cavalry to pass by. After they passed, hundreds of tanks came in formation with 10 tanks in each row. This is the tank. In the area where the strength is suppressed, this thing crushes everything. Many people talked about it. If the strength is not suppressed, the tank will be easily destroyed by the strong, but in the area where the strength is suppressed, the tank is extremely strong. Everyone, the next one to appear is the rocket artillery formation. Dozens of multiple rocket launchers drove over. Seeing this, people from many countries were terrified. As long as the strong men of the Shenlong Empire dispersed their strong men, cluster bombs and other things could quickly kill their soldiers. Everyone, next you can look to the south. The warships of our Shenlong Empire appeared in the sky. Our Shenlong Empire currently has 15 top warships, and the number of first-class warships has exceeded 130. The official of the Ministry of Rights who was responsible for the announcement said loudly. Everyone looked to the south. 20 or 30 miles outside the divine capital, huge warships appeared in the sky. The people in this world have much better eyesight, and the battleship is so big that most people can see it clearly. Alas! The Vulture Empire sent people over, and they were bitter. Last year, the warships of their Vulture Empire could still dominate the world, but in just 1 year, they were surpassed and the empire was torn apart. It is worth mentioning that the Vulture Empire has sent people, and the Odin family and the Solo family have also sent people over. Even if they are in a civil war now, they have to send people over. They know very well that if they want to win, they must get the support of the Dragon Empire. If the Odin family wants to establish a country in the future, they must also get the support of the Dragon Empire. The army is invincible, the navy is invincible, and the Dragon Empire is too strong. Yes, in the past, the Vulture Empire was only invincible in the navy. Countries with strong armies dared to fight the Vulture Empire. In fact, this is nothing. The Dragon Empire has obtained many machines, and there will be 100,000-ton warships in the future. Many people in other countries secretly discussed it. Time passed by. 7 flying warships circled the entire capital. Countless people in the Dragon Empire saw the warships. Seeing the huge warships of their own country can make them more confident in their country and make them more supportive of the royal family. The military parade is over. The official of the Ministry of Rights said loudly, "Everyone, please." Xiao Fan said with a smile. He and many people returned to the hall in the palace. There would be a banquet after the enthronement. His Majesty the Emperor Shenlong, congratulations. Jiang Wanchen toasted. Jiang Wanchen came over, and the third elder also came on behalf of China. They opened the spirit cave and came through the spirit cave passage. For the enthronement ceremony of the Shenlong Empire, someone from China must come. Your Majesty Xiao, on behalf of China, I congratulate Your Majesty on your successful enthronement. It's very safe for us to come this time. When Your Majesty Xiao gets married, the first elder will come in person to drink the wedding wine. The third elder said with a smile. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "Third elder, Director Jiang, thank you for coming. The Shenlong Empire in China will be friendly for generations." Definitely. The banquet lasted for 2 hours. Xiao Fan met many people, including the emperor, but there were also many he didn't meet, and there were also many he didn't have time to meet. But there is still time. 10 days later is his wedding with Su Yue, and the emperors, princes, princesses, etc. of many countries will not leave. Even if he couldn't marry his country's princess to Xiao Fan, it would be good to meet him and leave a good impression on him. Everyone knew that the Dragon Empire would control the world in the future. Even if the Vulture Empire is unified, our strength and influence cannot match that of the Dragon Empire. The general trend is gone. After the banquet, the prince of the Vulture Empire said bitterly, "Your Highness, even if we are not as good as the Dragon Empire, we are still a strong country." Someone next to him comforted him. The prince of the Vulture Empire took a deep breath and said, "In the future, we must focus all our energy on the civil war and win first. Even if the Vulture Empire is divided, we have to occupy more territory." The prince of the Vulture Empire actually didn't have much hope for unification. He knew that the Dragon Empire would definitely not want this. "Your Highness, should we go back or stay here?" Another person next to the prince of the Vulture Empire said, "Stay here. Xiao Fan will get married in 10 days. If we go back now, we will definitely come to congratulate him then. Running around will easily lead to danger on the road." The prince of the Vulture Empire said, "Midline horizontal ellipsis, my grandpa is rebelling in another world, and I am invincible in the city." Chapter 629 Lovers finally get married. Page 1/2. After the coronation ceremony, Xiao Hai and Lu Baichuan started to arrange the wedding. Xiao Fan had a lot of things to do for his wedding. But it could be done in 10 days. At most, he could mobilize more people to do the work. Weiwei, this was a royal palace before, and it will be the Su Palace in the future. What do you think? If you don't think it's good, let's look at something else. Xiao Fan took Su Yue's hand and walked around a mansion. Su Yue got married here. Her father's surname is Su, not Lu. Lu Baichuan arranged the matter, but Su Yue must get married in the Su Palace. Su Yue's eyes were slightly red. Husband, it would be great if my parents were still alive now. Su Yue murmured to herself. Xiao Fan sighed slightly. His parents must have died a long time ago. Wife, I'll give you a surprise. Xiao Fan said. Xiao Fan took Su Yue to a courtyard in the royal palace. You go in. Xiao Fan smiled. Su Yue showed a puzzled look in her eyes and she entered the courtyard. Sister Wei Wei. Sister Wei Wei. Wei Wei. The director and the others were in the yard. Seeing Su Yue, a group of children immediately rushed over happily. Director, Yada, Xiaowu, Su Yue said in surprise. She hadn't seen them for quite some time. These children were training together in other places. They had a lot to learn. Your Majesty. Xiao Fan soon entered the yard. The children quickly lined up and stood in neat rows to salute and greet. Xiao Hai spent a lot of resources on these children. Some of them will definitely reach the level of martial emperor in the future. They can become Xiao Fan's future team. Xiao Fan smiled and said, There is no majesty here today. Today there is only Brother Xiao Fan. Let's continue to have fun. Brother Xiao Fan. Dozens of children shouted. After all, they were children, and they soon laughed and played again. Xiao Fan, thank you for what you have done for us. The director walked closer and said. She knew very well that in the past, even if the children walked out of the orphanage, it would be difficult for them to achieve good results in the future. Their starting point was much worse than many people. Now these children have a bright future. The dean's grandmother's own cultivation has improved a lot. Her innate level cultivation has extended her lifespan a lot. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Dean's grandmother, the whole country belongs to me. I help you, and I also help myself. Dean's grandmother, this will be the Su mansion in the future. You are all Yue's family. Come and live here when you are free. The dean's grandmother nodded. 9 days passed in a blink of an eye, and it was the wedding day. The whole Shindu was decorated with lights and it was very lively early in the morning. Bang! 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 At about 8 o'clock, accompanied by the sound of salutes, the wedding procession came out of the palace in a mighty manner. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor. The procession passed through the streets, and the people on these streets kept kneeling down, and they were all smiling. This is a big show. Of course, the Xinlong Empire is the #1 empire in the world. Many people from other countries in the crowd talked about it, and they also knelt down. If it was the former Divine Flame Empire, many people from other countries would not kneel when encountering such a thing, but now they dare not. Yue, did you hear the sound? The wedding procession is coming. I have to call you the Queen Mother from now on. In the Su mansion, LV Shuiyan beside Su Yue laughed. Su Yue's pretty face flushed slightly, and her eyes showed anticipation. Shuiyan, you and Yi Fei should be getting married soon, right? Su Yue asked. LV Shuiyan nodded. Yi Fei said that we will get married in a few months, and you, the Queen Mother, must come to the wedding line. Su Yue rolled her beautiful eyes at LV Shuiyan. Don't call me the Queen Mother in private, it sounds weird. Yes, hee. A quarter of an hour later, the wedding procession entered the Su mansion. After going through all the procedures, Xiao Fan carried Su Yue into the huge sedan chair. There were 32 people carrying this sedan chair. Amid the ritual music, the wedding procession returned from another road. Congratulations, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty have a son soon. Xiao Fan rode in front, and many people congratulated him. Thank you very much. Xiao Fan responded with a smile. At noon, the wedding procession finally entered the palace. There were still many complicated etiquettes waiting for Xiao Fan and his team. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon after offering sacrifices to heaven and ancestors. Finally, Xiao Fan and his team arrived at the palace for the wedding ceremony. First, bow to heaven and earth. the Minister of Rights said loudly. Xiao Fan and Su Yue, who was wearing a phoenix robe, bowed to heaven and earth together. Second, bow to the parents. On the parents' room, Xiao Hai and Lu Baichuan were sitting, and Xiao Fan and Su Yue bowed to Xiao Hai and his team again. Husband and wife bow to each other. Xiao Fan and Su Yue bowed to each other again. Sent to the bridal chamber, Xiao Fan took Su Yue's hand and personally sent her to the bedroom. My wife, wait for me, Xiao Fan said with a smile. As a groom, he must go out to accompany the guests. Husband, I'll wait for you, Su Yue said softly. 2 hours later, the sun set, and Xiao Fan returned to the palace. Su Yue was still wearing a red veil and waiting quietly. My wife. Xiao Fan lifted the red veil, and he was slightly absent-minded. Su Yue's appearance was already very high, and today's Su Yue was even more stunningly beautiful. Husband. Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan with affection. My wife, let's drink the wedding wine. Xiao Fan smiled. He picked up 2 glasses of wine, one of which was handed to Su Yue, and the two looked at each other and drank the wedding wine. My wife, we are tired all day, let's rest early, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Su Yue's pretty face flushed slightly, and she said coquettishly, Husband, with your martial emperor level strength, are you really tired? You're right, why should I be tired, then let's do some good exercise. Xiao Fan laughed. Husband, it's not even dark yet, Su Yue said shyly. Xiao Fan chuckled and said, what does that matter? Let's start early and work harder. We all have high cultivation bases, so it won't be easy for you to get pregnant. Midline horizontal ellipsis. My grandpa is rebelling in another world, and I am invincible in the city. Chapter 630 Postscript 1. 6 months passed in a blink of an eye, and Su Yue was already 9 months pregnant. Xiao Hai teleported back to the Dragon Empire again. Grandpa, how do you feel about staying back for so long? Xiao Fan said with a smile. Xiao Hai said with a smile, before Grandpa traveled through time, he had never been to many places in China, let alone other countries. It's very comfortable to travel for so long, much more comfortable than being an emperor. At this point, Xiao Hai looked at Su Yue next to him. Yue, you are already 9 months pregnant, why did you come to pick up Grandpa? Don't get pregnant. Su Yue smiled and said, Grandpa, I'm not that delicate. I'm now in the late martial arts realm. Even if I'm seriously injured, I can recover quickly. Xiao Hai glared and said, whoever dares to let you get hurt, I will kill his clan and destroy his country. Xiao Fan said, Grandpa, I will definitely protect Yue. He is now in the late martial arts realm. The realm of supernatural power has reached the middle stage of the martial emperor, and the strength is stronger than before. Even Xiao Hai was not Xiao Fan's opponent before. Like Odin Woody, 3 people can't beat Xiao Fan. Grandpa, let's go back to the capital, Xiao Fan said. Xiao Hai shook his head, let's not go back to the capital for now. Let's go around and see how the Shenlong Empire is doing under your governance. Xiao Fan looked at Su Yue. Su Yue said in a tender voice, my husband, I want to go around too. Don't worry about me. I have no problem fighting. Yue, don't mess around. You are now the key protected person in our family, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Xiao Hai nodded repeatedly. It took 5 days for Xiao Fan and his team to visit many places in the Shenlong Empire. The Shenlong Empire was in good order under Xiao Fan's governance. Many bandits and bullies in the past were eradicated. The huge army was completely under Xiao Fan's control. No matter how strong the relationship was or how strong the strength was, it was just scum in Xiao Fan's place. My dear grandson, go back to the capital. No need to look at it anymore. You have done better than Grandpa expected. You are better than Grandpa at governing the country, Xiao Hai said with a smile. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Grandpa, such a result is inseparable from the foundation you laid. If the country is not strong enough, even if it works hard, external forces will still cause trouble. In the past, many external forces caused trouble in the Shenyan Empire. There were external forces causing trouble in the Shenlong Empire before. Now those external forces have basically disappeared. With the current strength of the Shunlong Empire, external forces dare not mess around at all. If they are discovered, they will be exterminated at the least, and the country will be exterminated at the worst. This is no joke. The influence of external forces in China has also decreased a lot, but it still exists, and China's influence on foreign public opinion is a little weaker. Xiao Hai said. Xiao Fan said, the situation in China is different from ours. Here, I can exterminate a clan and a country with one order, but China can't. China needs to be stronger. Xiao Hai nodded. Let's go back. Xiao Fan waved his hand and broke through the space directly. The next second, Xiao Fan took Xiao Hai, Su Yue and others directly back to the interior of the capital. My dear grandson, how did you do this? Xiao Hai said in surprise. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Grandpa, I have strong spatial abilities, and I have the mountain and river seal, which allows me to teleport people within the Shunlong Empire. Beyond the Shunlong Empire, I can only teleport by myself. Xiao Hai said, that's also very powerful. Just now, they were thousands of kilometers away from the divine capital, and they came back directly. If there is an emergency, Xiao Fan can rush over immediately. Xiao Fan has such abilities, and his strength is also terrifying. Any strong person who wants to cause trouble must think carefully. Okay, go and do your own thing. Grandpa is going to play chess with Yue's grandfather. Xiao Hai said with a smile. The Lu family has already developed in the Shunlong Empire, and it has developed well. But the Lu family is only seeking wealth now, and they don't touch politics or military affairs. Su Yue is the queen, and the Lu family is a foreign relative. According to the rules set by Lu Baichuan, the Lu family must never be involved in politics or military affairs. Grandpa, wait a minute. Can you name the two little guys? Xiao Fan said. Xiao Hai waved his hand, Grandpa is not the material for this. Back then, your father's name was given by a teacher in the neighboring village after he brought a piece of meat. Just discuss it among yourselves. Xiao Hai left quickly. Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan with her beautiful eyes. Husband, you name the children. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. After thinking for a while, Xiao Fan said, it's better to keep the names simple. How about the brother being called Xiao Yang and the sister being called Xiao Yu? Yeah. But husband, how do you know which one of them will come out first? Su Yue said. Xiao Fan smiled and said, with our cultivation, isn't it easy to let them come out first? Wei Wei, are you stupid for 3 years after giving birth? No, I won't pay attention to you. Su Yue rolled her eyes at Xiao Fan. Wow! More than half a month passed, and with a loud cry, Xiao Yang was born first. He was the older brother. Not long after, Xiao Yu also came out. She looked smaller than Xiao Yang. As soon as she came out, she looked around with her eyes wide open. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Your Majesty. The midwives who delivered the babies said happily. Reward! Xiao Fan ordered. He quickly entered the delivery room, and Su Yue had stood up. Wei Wei, why did you get up? Xiao Fan hurriedly said. Su Yue looked very good. She smiled and said, my husband, giving birth to a child is not a minor injury for me. I recovered completely in a few breaths. Why am I still lying down? Xiao Fan. Okay, let's go out and see the baby. Xiao Fan took Su Yue outside. Xiao Hai held one of the two children, and Lu Baichuan held another. Both of them smiled. Yue, why did you come out? Lu Xiaoyun said in surprise. Su Yue explained again, and Xiao Hai and Lu Baichuan reluctantly handed the two little guys to Xiao Fan and Su Yue respectively. With Xiao Fan and Su Yue's looks, the two little guys are of course very good looking. The two looked at Xiao Fan and then at Su Yue. Although they can't speak, they are much smarter than ordinary babies. They can recognize Xiao Fan and Su Yue. Husband, they are so cute. Su Yue said happily. Ah, that's a must. Xiao Fan smiled. Your Majesty, congratulations. Not long after, Kong Su and others rushed over, and they smiled and congratulated. The three of them went to the army, navy, and the imperial guards respectively, and they all have very good positions. The three of them now have the strength of the martial emperor level. Yi Fei, you have to hurry up, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Yi Fei and Lu Shuiyan got married 3 months ago. Yi Fei laughed and said, Your Majesty, I'm not in a hurry. After all, the big boss and the fat guy don't have girlfriends yet, why should I be in a hurry? Damn it. Kong Su and Shin Chen each gave him a middle finger. Midline horizontal ellipsis chapter 631 postscript 2. Next chapter 3 years have passed before he knew it. Xiao Yang and Xiao Yu are already 3 years old. Xiao Fan's cultivation has reached the early stage of the martial emperor, and the realm of the martial emperor is perfect. 10 ordinary people at the level of the martial emperor may not be Xiao Fan's opponents now. Xiao Fan spent a lot of time dealing with government affairs and taking care of children, otherwise his cultivation would not be limited to the early stage of the martial emperor. For Xiao Fan, there is no need to improve quickly now. Anyway, his strength is so strong, what he needs is more stable. It is better for him to practice slowly. If he practices too fast, Xiao Fan and the others will not grow up yet, and he may have reached the level of the martial emperor. From the early stage of the martial emperor to the level of the martial emperor, Xiao Fan estimates that it will take 20 years, and Xiao Yang and the others will definitely be very strong by then. Zhang Yuli is estimated to have reached the level of the martial emperor by then. Maybe they can break through and see if there is another world. Your Majesty, the military situation of the Red Maple Empire. Meng Yi came to Xiao Fan and reported. Speak. Xiao Fan said. Meng Yi said with a smile, Your Majesty, the Red Maple Empire was destroyed, and the royal family of the Red Maple Empire was massacred by the army of the Blood Cherry Empire. That's good. Xiao Fan said with a faint smile. The Red Maple Empire and the Blood Cherry Empire fought bloody battles for 4 years, and the deaths of the two countries totaled more than 2 million, and they were all young and strong. Your Majesty, according to the previous agreement, we occupy half of the territory of the Red Maple Empire. Meng Yi said. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, and he took out a map from the space treasure. I have already divided it, just divide it according to this. Meng Yi took it respectfully. He took a look and was secretly shocked. Wow, all the good places were allocated to them, and the Blood Cherry Empire was allocated garbage. Let the people of the Red Maple Empire in our territory migrate to the territory occupied by the Blood Cherry Empire. Whether they can restore their country depends on their ability. Xiao Fan said. The Red Maple Empire has millions of people, and more than 1 million people have died, but there are still many people. There will definitely be conflicts in the future. The more people die on both sides, the better. Your Majesty, on the side of the Vulture Empire, the Odin family, the Solo family, and the Central Alliance all want to establish a country. Meng Yi said. The Vulture Empire has also been in chaos for 4 years. Emperor Morgan wanted to unify, but they simply did not have the strength to do so. After 4 years, the Vulture Empire's civil war has greatly consumed its strength. The original 11 top battleships, now only 6, and they have lost many martial kings, martial emperors, and martial emperors in the past 4 years. On the other hand, the Shenlong Empire has 36 top battleships. Moreover, the largest of these 36 top battleships is 30,000 tons, and the tonnage of one ship can match the 6 ships of the Vulture Empire. The defense, attack power, and speed of a 30,000-ton super battleship are much stronger than the 4 or 5,000-ton battleships in the past. If such a super battleship goes out, any country will be terrified. It is worth mentioning that the original agreement only passed on 18 ships, and Xiao Fan did not break the agreement. The extra battleships were built here. China has already developed controlled nuclear fusion. The Shenlong Empire also used it. As long as the shell of the battleship is built, it is not difficult for the Shenlong Empire. 4 years. They have fought hard in the past few years. If they want to establish a country, then do it. I have no objection. Xiao Fan said calmly. The Odin family established a country, and the Vulture Empire was divided into 4. It is impossible for the Vulture Empire to restore its former glory. Yes, Your Majesty. Meng Yi said respectfully. Xiao Fan waved his hand, and Meng Yi withdrew. Xiao Fan came to Xiao Hai's place. He now lives outside the palace, and lives next to the Lu family. Xiao Yang and Xiao Yu spend a lot of time here. Daddy! Xiao Fan came over, and Xiao Yang and Xiao Yu happily ran towards him. Bo! Bo! Xiao Fan smiled and hugged them, and kissed them on their little faces. Grandpa, China is going to have National Day, you have to go back. The gifts for China are ready. Xiao Fan smiled. Xiao Hai looked at Xiao Yang, Xiao Yu, and others reluctantly. Okay, Grandpa will go back. There should be no problem with teleportation. Xiao Hai said. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Grandpa, I have strong spatial ability, and it is easier to teleport between the two worlds now, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Yeah. 2 hours later, Xiao Hai teleported to Earth. He arrived at Leishan County. The spirit cave here is much stronger than before, and its level exceeds the SSS level. Soon Xiao Hai set up a barrier, and the barrier enveloped this side. Boom! The entire villa was destroyed by Xiao Hai. Then he asked someone to send a huge mirror. This mirror is square and more than 50 meters wide. A few days later. Grandpa! Xiao Fan's figure appeared in this huge mirror. Grandpa will open the spirit cave right away. Xiao Hai said with a smile. The spirit cave opened, and a sci-fi looking warship appeared in the mirror. This warship was about 10,000 tons and was not particularly huge. But it was specially built. As long as China allows many practitioners to enter here to provide power, this warship will have no problem flying to the moon or Mars. Buzz! The space fluctuated, and the starship slowly teleported over. Ha! 10 minutes later, the starship was successfully teleported. Xiao Fan let out a long breath. Grandpa, this warship is called the Star. Our China's goal, which means that our China's goal is the Sea of Stars. Xiao Fan smiled. Xiao Hai said with a smile, this warship will fly across the sky during the National Day, and it is estimated that it will blind the eyes of many other countries. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. China's National Day has arrived. Xiao Hai stood on the city wall. The military parade was held, and all kinds of good things were unveiled, and the Chinese people were excited. It's over. There are so many good things. Yeah, it's a bit of a pity that what was shown was what everyone guessed. There was no big surprise for us. What a surprise! The other countries are all scared. Many people in China were talking about it. Everyone, the next one to appear is a warship given to China by the Shunlong Empire. Its name is Xingqian. The Xingqian is 200 meters long and 43 meters wide. It has the defense power of the Emperor level. It can fly to the moon in 1 day and go back and forth from Mars in 1 year. It can carry up to several thousand tons of supplies at a time. Along with the excited voice of the commentator, a warship that looked very sci-fi suddenly disappeared and appeared in the sky. Hiss! Seeing this warship, many people were shocked. With this, China will begin to conquer the Sea of Stars. It's over, it's completely over. How can we compete with this? Seeing this warship, many other countries were dumbfounded. Although the Xingqian is not particularly large, it is a proper interstellar warship. How can we compete with this? Dear audience, the appearance of the Xingqian will lead China to the Sea of Stars. The friendship between China and the Shunlong Empire has a long history. Brothers and sisters, thank you again for your support. See you in Jianghu. Midline horizontal ellipsis next chapter.